Well, I'm live. I ain't even got my stuff. Oh, jump. Boy, I'm tripping. Yo, what's good, cuzzo? Hey, y'all, we about to watch some scary stories, man. Y'all know the vibes already, though. About to watch some scary stories, bro. Everybody doing good? Yeah, everybody doing? How everybody doing? You doing good? Alright, man, that's good, though. Well, I got so much stuff on my bed, man. I don't know why I have some bed. You got basketball practice on Wednesday? I like that. Hey, when your first game is, I got to come. You know I'm gonna be out there. When your first game is. Yeah. You don't know your first game is? Whenever you find out, let me know. You already know I'm gonna be out there. Just let me know. You already know I'm gonna be out there. You already know I'm gonna be out there. You just let me know. Alright, bet. Give y'all some time to come in. Yo, what's good, Sadie? Well, yeah, y'all, we got what you call it? We got something to watch, man. I gotta do this later. Okay. I'll do this next time. Y'all, we about to watch it right now. Shoot. We gotta watch some scary stuff right now. Dang, they got one right here. Oh, jump. We got a little something, y'all. We might be good. Let me go ahead and do my thing so y'all can see. Give me a minute. I got y'all. Got one right here. Your team deep. I'm already knowing. I ain't gonna lie. I can't wait to see y'all play, bro. I can't wait to see y'all play already. You talking about you say your team deep? Hey, you the best person on your team, right? I'm already knowing. You the best person on your team. I'm already knowing. I can tell. See, I'm already knowing. Give me a minute, y'all. Make sure my thing good. About to react to this video. Alright, y'all, let's go.
So this happened in 2011, so the exact dialogue may have escaped my memory a bit, but the situation is something I'll never forget. Also, AIM was still pretty active during this time, and so was video chatting. Think Tiny Chat. This is important for later. I was on an online dating site. I won't say which one because I'll be dragged mercilessly in the comments, and was talking to this guy. I was 31 at the time and he was 28. We talked about 6 weeks before I gave him my phone number, and we took it offline to calling and texting for another couple weeks. 2 months after our initial chat, we were texting, and he told me that he was out having a few beers at a bar near my house. He asked what I was doing, asked if I wanted to come out, but I had a very long day at work and didn't feel like going to a bar. I'm also not a big drinker. I invited him over to my place. After he finished at the bar and he accepted, I figured I would be okay since I do keep firearms for protection and know how to defend myself if needed. I also had a webcam. I took a shower so I wouldn't smell like a water buffalo on a hot day. The air went out at work, put on some makeup and got dressed to wait. He then called and said he was outside my house. I clicked record on my computer's webcam program and turned off my monitor and went to let him in. It was around 10 p.m. and when he comes in, we go back to my bedroom because my living room was being remodeled.
Yeah.
We're sitting on the bed chatting for about an hour, talking about everything under the sun. The conversation flowed. He was very handsome and so easy to be comfortable with. We got on the subject of firearms and I showed him mine. About 15 minutes later, he asked for some water, so I go to the kitchen to get him a bottle. When I came back, he said he got a phone call and had to leave. After he left, I looked on my nightstand where I put the firearm down after showing him and noticed that it was gone.
Whoa.
I looked everywhere for it.
The firearm gone. Boy, that boy got so good. That's tough.
Put it down somewhere else. Nope, not there. I then played back the recording from my webcam program and sure enough, shows him grabbing it and putting it in his hoodie. I was terrified at that point. He knew where I lived, had my firearm, and he left his phone on my bed. Right then his phone rings and I answer it. Come to find out, he's married. His wife was calling him wondering where he was. I told her everything, including the fact that he stole my firearm and I had video evidence and was calling the police on him. Next thing I know, he's banging on my door, my firearm in his hand, asking me for his phone. The conversation went like this. I need my phone. Give it to me. Me. Not opening the door but yelling through the window. Take the clip out of my firearm, empty the chamber, throw the clip into the bushes and the one in the chamber across the road and put it on the ground. No. Give me my phone. I'm on the phone with your wife at the moment and I have you on video stealing it from me. I put his wife on speaker. A whole bunch of expletives. Him being shocked, runs and gets in his car then comes back. I threw your gun in the ditch, he said. At this point I make him empty his pockets, take his pants off, take his hoodie off, and show me that he doesn't have my firearm on him. All the while his wife is on the phone. I go outside and get in his car, in the driver's seat, and tell him to take me where he threw my firearm. He proceeds to tell me that I don't know how hard it is for him, being a felon, not being allowed to own a gun ever because of a mistake he made. The mistake? Domestic violence involving a gun.
Domestic violence? That's crazy, really, bro. Domestic violence? Come on, bro. That's insane. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro.
We get up the road and he tells me it's there in the ditch. Then I realize the situation I'm in. I can get out of the car and go get it, leaving him to do whatever to me if he chooses. He was 6'4" and 225 pounds. I was 5'3" and 135 pounds at the time. Or I could make him go get it, taking a chance of him seriously hurting me. I took that chance since I was on the phone with his wife and my phone with 911. He retrieves my stuff, brings it to the car, and I drive back to my house and wait on the police. I get out of the car and he gets in the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with the police. I walk around the back of his car to get his license plate number, and he just puts his car in reverse, hits me, and takes off. We found him later that evening. He still had the clip and one in the chamber in his pocket, so now he's enjoying time in prison.
I built my back.
That's insane. That's insane. I can't get. Hey, y'all be careful out there, man.
Okay, so I've been trying to figure out how to write this for like 2 weeks now because every time I start, I either freak myself out all over again or it just doesn't come out right. But people keep asking me why I quit the Speedway job so suddenly, and I'm tired of just saying it wasn't for me because that's not really true. And honestly, what happened deserves to be written down somewhere, so here it is. For context, I was working the closing shift at a Speedway like 3 nights a week. I'd been there since June, so about 4 months when this happened. It was me and this girl Ashley, whom I actually really liked, and we'd usually close together, which made it fine. Like, we'd talk and mess around at the time went fast. But Ashley had switched her availability for school, and for about 3 weeks before this happened, I'd been closing alone. I want to say I was never like scared to be there alone because it was a gas station on a main road and there were always at least a few people coming in and out even late at night. It felt safe enough. I had my phone and I knew where the panic button was behind the counter, and I'd been trained on all of it. I genuinely was not a person who got freaked out easily. Just need you to know that before I get into it. It was a Thursday, October, so it was already dark by like 6. Ashley had left at 9 and it was just me until 11 when we fully closed. I had the radio going behind the counter and I was doing the cooler inventory on my little clipboard, which is genuinely the most boring task in human history, and I was mostly just thinking about what I was going to eat when I got home. The store phone rang at like 10 past 8. We got calls sometimes, people asking if we had certain stuff in stock or whatever, so I picked it up and said, "Thank you for calling
Yo,
Speedway.
what's good? What's
This is
good, son?
Brianna. How can I help you?" And just nothing. Complete silence on the other end. I said hello a couple of times and then figured it was a bad connection or a misdial and hung up. Went back to my clipboard. At 8:25, the phone rings again. I picked it up and said the same thing, but the same silence. Held it for a few seconds and hung up. At this point, I was mostly just annoyed because the phone was behind the counter and every time it rang, I had to stop what I was doing and walk back over there. I genuinely thought it was some kid prank calling. Like that still happens apparently, and I was more irritated than anything.
Yeah. I'm
Around
already knowing.
8:40, it rings again. 9 o'clock again.
Hey, would y'all work at a gas station overnight? Would y'all work at a gas station overnight? So, what's good, so? No. No. Y'all work at a gas station overnight? Yes. Okay. I'm just curious.
Point to every 15 minutes thing it starts to register, and that was when I stopped being annoyed, and it started feeling like something else completely. Like there was something about how consistent it was that felt intentional, in a way that random prank calls usually aren't. I picked up the 9 o'clock one and
Maybe.
didn't say anything. Just listen. And that's when I heard it. Breathing. Not heavy or dramatic, just quiet and steady and completely deliberate.
What's your
Like
statement?
somebody holding the
So?
phone and just breathing into it, waiting. I hung up and stood behind the counter for a second and realized my heart was going. And I felt stupid about it because it was probably still just some idiot kid, but I couldn't quite get back to normal after that one. I texted my friend Maya something like, "Some creepy person keeps calling the store, lol." And she sent back a bunch of skull emojis and I laughed and felt better and refilled the hot dog roller thing and tried to move on. The call stopped after 9. And I know this sounds weird, but the silence after was almost worse. Like my body had gotten used to waiting for the phone to ring every 15 minutes. And when it stopped, I didn't feel relieved. I just felt like something had shifted. Can't explain it better than that. It just felt like whatever was on the other end of those calls had stopped calling because it was done with that part. I was straightening the chip rack by the front windows around 9 when one of the front door handles moved. Not open, moved. Like somebody had grabbed it from the outside and pulled once, testing it and let go. I looked up immediately and there was nobody visible through the glass. Just the parking lot and the pumps and my car sitting under the light. I stared at the door for a long moment and told myself it was the wind, even though I knew it wasn't because it was a handle, not a push door, and wind doesn't grab handles. I went back to the chip rack. A little after 9, the side door rattled. The side door is by the coolers on the east wall. It's like a secondary entrance that most regular customers don't really use.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. What would y'all do if random door handles just start rattling, bro? Like, what would y'all do? Like, what would y'all do in that situation? I don't know what I'd do, bro. Hey, so you say you post a new video? Hey, the video gonna do good, man. I'll probably watch when I get off stream. I'm gonna be on stream for a little minute. I ain't gonna lie to you, so probably watch it when I get off stream. You annoyed, brother? Okay.
Local thing. I heard it from across the store. That same single testing rattle and then nothing. I walked to where I could see it from, and the little window on it showed me nothing but the side lot and a dumpster in darkness. I went behind the counter and just stood there. Then the back door. The back door is in the stock room. It's not visible from the sales floor. It's not visible from the street. It leads to a narrow service alley behind the building, and this is the thing that got me. The thing that made my stomach just drop completely, because that door is not something that a random person wandering around would just find and try. You'd have to know the building and you'd have to know it was there. It didn't just rattled. It rattled and then the handle went down slowly all the way, like somebody pushing it as far as it could go before the lock caught it. Then it was held there for a second before releasing. Like whoever's on the other side just wanted me to know they tried it. I turned the lights off in the back half of the store and went into the stock room and got behind a shelf unit in the corner. Called 911. I was whispering and the dispatcher was calm and good and told me to stay on the line, that somebody was on the way. I had my knees pulled up to my chest behind the shelf of motor oil, and I was staring at the back door trying to not make a sound. It was quiet for a few minutes and I started to think maybe they were gone. Maybe the police would get here and find nothing and I'd feel stupid and go home. Then the back door handle went down again. Slower this time. All the way down and held there, and I was watching the door flex slightly in the frame from the presence of someone leaning on it from the other side. And I put my hand over my mouth and didn't breathe.
Yo, that's crazy.
It was released. Then I heard something at the bottom of the door. Soft sound, paper on concrete, and a folded piece of paper slid through the gap underneath the door and sat on the stockroom floor. I did not touch it. I told the dispatcher and she told me not to touch it, and I just sat there staring at it on the floor until I heard the front door and the officer's voice calling out, announcing himself. They found nobody. Checked the whole building. Checked the alley. Checked the street. Whoever it was gone. They unfolded the paper with gloves and showed it to me, and I wish they had it. It was a drawing of the inside of the store. Hand-drawn accurate.
What?
The counter and the coolers and the chip racks and the stock room all laid out correctly. My name was written in the middle of the sales floor. On the back was a sketch of the parking lot with my car drawn in and circled. My actual car. The dented white Civic I've been driving since I was 16, and at the bottom was my closing schedule for the next 2 weeks, correct down to the exact days and hours. The phone calls came back to a payphone 4 blocks away. The detective showed me a still from the security camera on the payphone. A figure in a dark hoodie making call after call, never once turning toward the camera. Definitely not by accident. Purposely keeping their face away from it across every single call for over an hour. Quit the next morning. I didn't even go back in to get my stuff. I just called and quit over the phone, and my manager didn't really argue about it, which tells me she probably understood why. 2 weeks later, I got a text from a girl named Courtney who had worked that same closing shift at the same location and quit suddenly about 8 months before I started. She'd seen something on my Instagram about it. She told me the same thing had happened to her. The calls and the doors and the note slid under the back. I asked her what her note said. She said it was a drawing of the store with her name written in the middle of it. Different name, same handwriting. I haven't worked a closing shift anywhere since, and I genuinely don't think I ever will again.
I don't blame her.
I still don't know who it was, and as far as I know, nobody does. The case is open, I think, but I haven't heard anything in a while, and I've kind of stopped expecting to. I just needed this written down somewhere. I needed it to be real outside of my own head.
The perfect dome.
Yo, that's crazy, bro. Can't lie. I don't know what's going on. I don't wish I don't
So
know.
I began college really young.
Oh,
I was barely 17 going to university for my 3rd year in dancing ballet. My grandma and I had left California so I could pursue dance and various other interests, and she could see her friends and do what she pleased. This was supposed to be a constant summer for us. I wouldn't consider myself to do anything to attract unwanted attention. I'm pretty tall and willowy, Middle Eastern, and I go out of my way to be put together. I'm exotic, but it was one of those hot summers, and we were visiting San Francisco for a few months before heading back to Seattle and resuming our scheduled travel and dance. We landed in San Francisco and met my grandma's friend Sophie, and we were taken to her house. We entered the house, and that's when I met Anton. Anton wasn't American, so he had that going for him. He was European, rail thin, taller than a skyscraper, and quite attractive. He also happened to have these dark Ted Bundy eyes. He fixed me with an intense stare and opened his mouth and said, "Wow, if I'd known you'd been flying in, I would have come and pick you up." He left the room, and Grandma's friend, Anne, Sophie's sister, told us that Anton was her grandson and staying with her for the summer, and that he liked the house spotless. We'd been flying all day, so I decided to unpack and shower. I have OCD, and so I like to have my things perfectly organized.
Same.
Calfskin, satin, and canvas ballot shoes all had their own place.
Of course, I think Lamar gonna have a good season. Come on, huh?
Of course. My point shoes had a very different place. My leotards and dance skirts had a place. Every single one of my scrunches had one. Panties were arranged by the color of lace and satin, and tights and leg warmers were together. My point is that everything went away properly, in a way that couldn't be disturbed without me absolutely knowing. I'd leave for ballet every morning at 6 a.m. and arrive back at 3 p.m. like clockwork. At first, I noticed small things, but I was truly happy, and I'd started this natural medicine routine for my OCD that damn near eliminated it.
Telling y'all Lamar to
First
go,
thing I
bro.
noticed was that my panties were not in order, then my tights, and then my scrunchie. But me being not
He going through your panties. Hey, that boy one of those, but that boy nasty.
I brushed it off. Change is normal, and I desperately wanted to be normal, and so I chalked it up to clumsiness on my part and let it slide. The second thing I noticed was that he'd get jealous and was prone to rages. I would go on outings with a man, Francis, who was 46 at the time and also European. He and I would go to Golden Gate Park, and he would take me to UC Berkeley and art museums. He and I did things together and had an amazing time because I felt alive. Slowly, Anton began to insert himself into our outings by throwing screaming fits and smashing glasses, hurling books at me, hurting the cat, and terrorizing us until Ann decided to placate
hurting the cat.
and began to.
Hold on. Let me make sure I heard that right. What's he say?
He and I did things together and had an amazing time because I felt alive. Slowly, Anton began to insert himself into our outings by throwing screaming fits and smashing glasses, hurling books at me, hurting the cat, and terrorizing us until Ann decided to placate him by allowing him to come with Francis and me wherever we went. The moment I realized something was off was when I arrived back pretty early in the morning, around 3 a.m. to be exact.
Okay.
I walked into my room and it had been tossed. My panty drawer was open and nothing had been left untouched.
Whoa. That boy going through your panties? That boy something else, bro.
It had been slept in or been in. The pillows and blankets had been obviously rustled and disturbed.
That's
The
crazy.
stench of my perfume was heavy in the air.
That's
My
crazy.
trash was various sanitary items had been picked through, and my diary was gone.
No diary?
Needless to say, I freaked. The house was silent though, and I didn't want to disturb the peace, and so I let the rest of my night be spent cleaning and reorganizing to the best of my abilities. Morning came, the turning point. I didn't know San Fran perfectly because I'd only been there for about 3.5 weeks at this point, and I still had a few months left. I had a free day, and so I decided to go down to the beach and have lunch by myself. I told Grandma and her friends that I'd be gone for the day, and I set off by myself. I made a few detours and stopped to look at things and buy things. I made so many stops that there's no way Anton could have followed me without me knowing, but when I arrived to walk the beach, he was there. I remember this so clearly. He was hunched over and facing away from me, and he had one of his notebooks, and he was speaking into the air in Polish as he wrote. The beach was basically empty, and it was obviously going to rain. The sky was pretty damn black. Since he was looking down and focused on his writing, and I was wearing a cargo skirt with lots of pockets, I thought that if I could silently put the small things in my hands into my pockets, I could pull a runner. I had to get out of there. Either I'd go to the beach where I'd find someone and get help, or hit the rough water and pray he didn't follow me, or I'd run into a store and hope that they'd help me. I managed to maneuver everything in my pockets and turned to head off. He almost seemed to know that I was trying to go. As soon as I turned, he turned and said, "Hi, Elita." I think he was moving slowly to scare me, but I was frozen in place as he put his little moleskine in his pocket and started towards me. Then the world started moving normally again, and as he started towards me, I ran towards the beach. I think he was as shocked as I was because I had a head start and I had gone past him, but I was running on sand and it wasn't working out for me. While he ran towards me, he was alternating between screaming in Polish and screaming in English that he'd cut my eyes out and carve me up like how they did during the war, and that he'd mess me up so badly that I'd never dance again. And he'd carve my face up so badly that he'd be the only guy that would ever want me. And that would be okay since he truly loved me.
What?
I turned and he
A
literally had a
knife?
switchblade and was coming for me.
Yo, come
It was
on,
like my
bro.
fight or flight snapped into place because I somehow knew that I had been set up. And I was mad because I wasn't destined to die on the beach by his hand. I somehow made it to the beach barely able to breathe and hit the hard parking lot breathing and running hard. Then he was right behind me, fire in his eyes, and he pushed me so hard that I flew, skidding across the pavement, ripping my arm and legs up. My head slammed into the ground so hard that I thought my neck had cracked.
Damn.
He got on top of me while I was dazed and waved his blade right above my face and said, "I will carve out your Achilles heels and carve hunks of your muscle out of your legs. I'll carve your face.
Yo,
You
what?
belong to me and we belong together. My summer was in my control and peaceful until you ruined it." He said this in a perfectly calm voice. It slowly occurred to me that I was probably going to die, and there was something in my brain that told me to just accept it. I could feel myself bleeding, and I was somehow calm and collected while he was crying and screaming at me, and his spit was flying into my face. Then it happened. I somehow managed to get a handful of sand and gravel into my hand and throw it in his eyes and mouth.
Let's go.
He faltered for a split second, and I somehow managed to scamper to my feet and stumble into a run
Nah.
with the last strength I had.
I ain't watched Scary Movie yet.
I made it into a little souvenir store.
But y'all don't know what's going on with Buddy though, bro. Like this is actually pretty evil, man. Bro, this actually evil as I don't know word, bro.
This horrified woman
Carve
called the
her
police
face?
and sat with me and pressed a tie-dye t-shirt against my scrapes until the authorities arrived. I didn't need stitches or anything, just a lot of bandaging and ice packs. As I had suspected, Ann had told Ann where I was going because he had said that he wanted to spend the afternoon with me. I do blame her because it had been obvious what he was going to do. It came out later that she had known that he had been using my things to masturbate in the bed that I'd been sleeping in.
Bro, did y'all heard? Bro, did y'all just heard? Did y'all just heard what they said he been doing? His grandma been allowing him to do. Hold on, let's go back and make sure y'all heard. Listen, y'all, class. Listen, class.
To spend the afternoon with me.
Just listen, class.
I do blame her because it had been obvious what he was going to do. It came out later that she had known that he had been using my things to masturbate in the bed that I'd been sleeping in.
So y'all, she known that he been using her things to play with himself. That's why all her panties been. You know what?
Me 30 plus long page letters that she had removed from my room. He talked to me about her endlessly, and she allowed him to lapse into delusions about me. The worst thing that she did was immediately getting him back to his family in Poland the second it seemed like he may have been arrested. I have blame as well. I had known to stay clear of him, and yet I ventured off alone. I never mentioned my fears to anyone, and I didn't bring anything to protect myself. I still dance, more than I did before. I think I'm even better now. The scars faded, I call Sophie now and then, and I stay far from Warsaw. Sophie called me the other day to warn me that Ann would be coming to America to do his last 2 years of university here. She offered to give me the necessary documents to report him to his university. And so, Ann, if you're listening to this, stay the heck out of my city.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy, bro. Alright, y'all. I see one that say. Yeah, I see one that's that is I don't know what's going on, but that's something wrong with Buddy, bro. So y'all, I'm stuck 'cause I see one that say rainy night, Parenton. You can't go. You know what? Let's look at Parenton, bro. I'm kind of curious. Let's see.
Imagine.
Let's look at Parenton. So we gotta watch these all night, bro. Well, not all night. I gotta wake up kind of early though, but still, though, I'm still with y'all though.
For extra money since I was about 16. So by the time I was in my early 20s, I thought I'd seen everything. Tantrums, allergies, one kid who used to eat paper. Nothing really caught
Can't eat paper. Ew, what the fuck?
off guard anymore. But there was one family I sat for when I was 22 that I still think about more than I probably should. The mom's name was Diane. She found me through a mutual friend and reached out, asking if I'd be available on weekends. She had a son named Callum, 8 years old, and she was a single parent who worked occasional evening shifts at a hospital. She seemed completely normal, warm even. The kind of person who over-explains things because she genuinely wants you to be comfortable. I liked her right away. The first time I showed up, Callum was sitting at the kitchen table doing a puzzle. He looked up at me, said hi, and went straight back to it. Quiet kid, polite. He didn't talk much that night, which didn't bother me. Some kids just take time to warm up. The only thing that stuck with me was that at one point I caught him staring at me from across the room.
Whoa.
Not in a curious way, more like he was studying me. When I smiled at him, he didn't smile back. He just looked away. I told myself he was probably just shy. That was the first time. I didn't think much of it.
Ain't cool, bro.
The second weekend I came back, things were mostly the same. We watched a movie. I made him a grilled cheese, and he went to bed without any fuss. Normal enough, but right before I tucked him in, he said something I brushed off in the moment but came back to me later. He asked me very casually whether I slept with the door open or closed. I told him I slept with it closed and asked him why. He just shrugged and said he was asking for a friend.
A
I
friend?
laughed it off. He was
A
he'd
friend?
say weird things.
Who his
It
friend?
wasn't until my third visit that something shifted.
Who his friend?
I was sitting on the couch around 9 o'clock, phone in hand,
Nah, that's
when I
crazy,
heard
bro.
Callum moving around upstairs. I figured he'd gotten up for water, but the footsteps weren't heading toward the bathroom. They were slow and deliberate, moving from one side of the hallway to the other, back and forth. I went to the bottom of the stairs and called up to him.
What's good, Kennedy?
He answered immediately, sounded completely fine, said he was going back to bed. The footsteps stopped. I stood there for a second listening, and then went back to the couch, but I kept the TV on mute for the rest of the night, and I'm not sure I could tell you exactly why. When Diane came home, I almost said something. Almost. I didn't want to make her feel like something was wrong with her kid over what was probably nothing, so I just told her the night went fine, took my money and left. The fourth visit was the one that made me seriously consider not going back. It was late in the evening, maybe 9:30, and Callum had been in bed for over an hour. I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I heard him talking in his room. I assumed he was on a tablet or something, but Diane had told me screens went off at 8. I stood in the hallway outside his door and listened for a minute. He wasn't watching anything. He was talking, steadily, quietly, like he was in the middle of a conversation. I knocked and pushed the door open. He was sitting upright in bed in the dark, and he stopped the second the door opened. He looked at me completely normally in the
Hold
dark.
on, what?
I knocked and pushed the door open. He was sitting upright in bed in the dark, and he stopped the second the door opened.
Oh, nah.
He looked at me completely normally and
Oh,
said he was
no.
just thinking out loud.
Oh, no.
I asked him who he was talking to, and he said very plainly that he was practicing. I asked him what he meant by that.
Practicing?
He said, just as plainly, what to say when you're asleep. I didn't know how to respond to that. I told him to get some sleep and close the door. I sat in the kitchen for the rest of the night with every light on.
Practicing is crazy, bro.
The last time I was in that house was a few weeks later. I remember convincing myself I'd overreacted, that he was just a kid with a strange sense of humor and imagination. Diane had been nothing but kind and reliable. I felt guilty for even considering quitting. That night was quiet for the most of it, normal. Callum went to bed around 8:30 without any trouble. I was on the couch when I heard something just after 11.
Practicing is crazy,
It
bro.
was faint, coming from the hallway upstairs. I turned the TV off and listened. It sounded like whispering, but
Whispering?
slow, almost rhythmic, like something being recited. I went upstairs. Callum's door was slightly open. I pushed it open the rest of the way. He was standing at the foot of his own bed,
Yo!
facing the wall.
What? What? What the freak, bro? Nah. Hey, if y'all were babysitting, bro, and y'all see y'all client son doing it, what y'all doing, bro? What y'all doing? What y'all doing, bro? What y'all doing? Hey, what y'all doing if y'all see this, bro? You leaving? I don't blame. I'm probably leaving too, bro. I'm with you on that. I'm definitely leaving. That's insane.
He was whispering something I couldn't make out, and his arms were at his sides,
Sprinting?
completely still. He wasn't moving at all, just standing there, whispering at the wall. I said his name. He stopped. And then, after a long pause, he turned around. His face was completely blank. Not scared, not startled. He looked at me like he'd been expecting me to come in, looked me up and down once, and then got back into bed and pulled the covers up without a single word.
Man, nah.
I-
I'm
I said
no.
Diane that same night
Oh,
and told
no.
her I couldn't come back. I said I had scheduling conflicts. She replied saying she understood and she hoped everything was okay. And that was the last I ever heard from her. I've thought about it a lot since then. What he was whispering. What he meant about practicing what to say while I was sleeping.
That boy.
Whether that was the first time he'd done that.
Oh, nah.
Or just the first time I'd seen it.
Yeah, he probably playing the point, you know. Huh?
I don't have any answers to any of it. I'm not sure I want them.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First,
ain't no way, boy.
My grandmother never slept in the back bedroom. That was just a fact of the house.
Yeah, he could be
like how
possessed,
the
you're right
third
about
step
that.
creaked or how the kitchen window never fully closed. Nobody talked about it. It was just understood. I moved in with her the summer I turned 17, after things at home got complicated. She had a 2-story house in rural Georgia, the kind of town where nothing happens and everyone knows it. My grandmother was sharp, practical, a little cold. She'd raised 4 kids mostly alone and had no patience for what she called dramatics. I respected that about her. I still do. The back bedroom sat at the end of the upstairs hallway. Bed, dresser, a window facing the tree line. She told me on the first day I was welcome to use it for storage. She said it casually, almost too casually, then changed the subject before I could respond. I noticed later that the dresser drawers were completely empty. Empty in a way like someone had decided nothing would ever go in them again. I didn't think much of it at the time. My grandmother didn't believe in air conditioning. My bedroom caught the afternoon sun, and by
Boy, you mean she don't believe in air conditioning? Boy, y'all listen. I wish my grandma would say she don't believe in air conditioning. I ain't never going to her house ever again. Boy, what? Tell me some she don't believe in air conditioning. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright.
and at night, sat at maybe 90 degrees.
Yeah,
I'd
alright.
lie on top of the sheets soaked through, staring at the ceiling. 3 weeks in, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my pillow and walked down the hall. The back bedroom was at least 15 degrees cooler. A cross breeze moving through from the tree line. I lay down and was asleep within minutes. I woke once in the night for no clear reason, lying there half awake. I noticed the breathing in the room didn't quite match my own. A rhythm underneath mine, slightly slower, slightly off. I told myself it was an echo off the walls. I went back to sleep. In the morning, there was an indentation on the mattress beside me. Just a slight depression, like weight had rested there. I stared at it, then straightened the sheets and went downstairs. She was already in the kitchen. She watched me pour water, then asked quiet where I'd slept. I told her, said it was cooler, that I hadn't been sleeping well. She turned back to the stove. Her grip on the dish towel tightened slightly.
You said your PC what? You said my PC? You hold on. Y'all can't see me? Oh, your PC. Boy, don't be scaring me like that, boy. I thought my PC was blue screen. Boy, hold on now. Boy, you can't be scaring me like that, boy. Hold on. Boy, I thought my video wasn't working. Boy, you good? You good? But don't be scaring me like that, boy. Boy, y'all, I thought my live went blank, bro. Don't do that, bro. You good, so? You shaking? You alright? Let me know you good now, bro. I gotta make sure you good. I gotta make sure you good before, bro. I got y'all. I gotta make sure all my students good, man, before we continue with class. You good? You fine? Alright now. Let's make it so.
Just for a second. Don't sleep in there again, she said. No explanation, no reason given. Something in her tone stopped me from pushing back.
You ain't gotta take me choice.
Not anger, something quieter. A few nights later, I caved. Middle of July, genuinely miserable. I waited until I heard her bedroom door click shut, then went back down the hall. I slept fine.
I got a question, y'all. If y'all grandma say don't sleep in the room, I got a question, y'all, before we continue this video. If y'all grandma say don't sleep in the room, but that room is very comfortable, the AC blasting, the bed comfortable, the bed big, y'all. The pillows cold, covers cold, everything cold. Just you get the best sleep in your life, right? But instead of sleeping 8 hours, you only sleep 3 hours. You wake up, and it's a weird vibe in that room, bro. Was y'all sleep there? Yes or no? Yes. You ain't going to U.S. authority? Yes, sorry, Granny. You ain't taking no chances? Yes, sorry, Granny. Boy, y'all funny, boy. Y'all funny. Me personally, I don't think I'll go in there. If my grandma tell me, if my grandma saying the stern, see y'all, my grandma, but it's like he like taking chances. Y'all, if my grandma say that, I'm gonna take it serious because my grandma don't even talk like that. Like y'all, my grandma she don't get serious like that, bro. So I'm gonna actually listen to her. It's probably the reason she telling me that. So I'm gonna just be hot. I don't care how hot I am. I'm gonna just sleep with no shirt on. I'm gonna just sleep butt naked by a fan, bro. Bump it.
For a few hours. Then, something woke me. Not a sound, more like a change in the air. I opened my eyes.
Whoa! Who is that? What? Yo, what is that? Y'all see that? Yo, what the Yo, what is that, man? Nah. Oh, stalker. Nah, this not a Now that boy Sean told me say just grow my neck to be scared. You know what, Sean? Hey brother, I think you right though. It probably her mom who passed away in that room. I think you right though. I think you right. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know. But nah, stalker. This ain't a stalker story. This called 3 True Parenting Horror Stories Animated.
Was standing at the foot of the bed.
I'm with y'all, bro.
Just standing, hands at her sides, staring at me. The hallway light behind her made it hard to see her face.
Ain't no way, bro.
But I could tell she'd been there a while already, settled into it. I said her name. She didn't answer. I said it again. She turned slowly and walked out. No words, just gone. Like she'd finished whatever she'd come to do. I lay back down. The window across the room was open about 3 inches. I was certain I checked it before lying down. I hadn't wanted it to bang in the night. There was no wind. The curtain hung completely still. I watched the ceiling until it got light, then went down and acted like nothing had happened. She was cheerful over breakfast, asked if I'd slept well. I said fine. I left 2 days later, packed my bag, hugged her, drove the 40 minutes home without the radio. I kept replaying her standing there, still,
grandma.
silent, at the foot of the bed.
That's your grandma, bro.
Wrong in a way I didn't have language for yet. This is the part I still don't know how to talk about.
That's your grandma, man.
4 nights later, I woke up around 3 to a low, rhythmic murmuring. My brain tried to place it. A TV, a phone, my parents down the hall. But the house was empty except for me. They were away for the week. As I came fully awake, I realized it was in the room. She was standing at the foot of my
Whoa!
She'd driven 40 minutes in the middle of the night. I hadn't heard her come in. Same nightgown, eyes open.
That's your grandma? Nah!
Not quite looking at me. Looking through me. Focused on something just past my face. I forced myself to listen. Lord, cover this child. Something has followed him, Lord.
Whoa.
Something got hold of him in that room, and I felt it leave with him, Father.
Whoa.
You don't even know. She broke into something that wasn't quite English, then back. Demon, you release him. He don't belong to you. He went in that room and you latched on. And I'm telling you now, you have to go. Her eyes shifted, just slightly, to the left of my head. Her whole body still. She was watching something with a focus so total I turned to look, certain I'd see it too. But nothing, just the wall. The dark corner where the ceiling met. When I looked back, her eyes had moved, tracking something crossing the room. Her chin dropped, like whatever it was had come closer. Then, clear and direct, looking straight at me. "Repent," she said. Suddenly clear and direct, looking straight at me. "Boy, you need to repent. You opened a door and you need to close it. You hear me? You need to close it now." I turned on the lamp. She blinked. Something shifted in her face, like a curtain being pulled back. She looked around the room slowly, confused. The way someone looks when they've woken up somewhere unfamiliar. She looked at me, then down at herself, then back at me. She didn't say anything else. She walked out without a word. I heard her settle onto the living room couch. I still don't know how she got in. I'm almost sure the doors were locked. In the morning, she was gone before I woke up. She'd folded the blanket she used and
She
left
probably
it
got
on
a
the
key.
armrest.
That is her grandma.
She never brought it up. Not once. Not ever. In the years I had left with her. I've thought about that night more times than I can count. The rational part of me says she was sleepwalking. Or
Nah,
confused.
she wasn't sleepwalking, gang. She protected you.
Or maybe her mind was starting to go in ways none of us had noticed yet. That's probably what it was.
Nah,
It has to be.
she was
But
protecting
I've
you.
never been able to fully shake what she said. Something got hold of him in that room. She said it like she knew. And the thing is, she told me not to go in there. She told me on the very first day.
Nah, that's crazy, bro. Nah, that's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, y'all, that's crazy. That's crazy. I can't count. Oh, let me skip it. I'm tripping.
My twins stopped sleeping in their rooms when they were 6. Not in a dramatic way. They didn't come running into our bed screaming about monsters. It was Maya who started first. Quietly showing up in the hallway outside her door most mornings, curled up on the floor with her blanket like she dragged herself there in the night. I'd find her before sunrise and carry her back to bed. She'd wake up a few hours later perfectly fine.
Wait, what?
No memory of it. I didn't think much of it.
Hold on, say that one more. Hold on. Let me hear that one more time. Your twin did what?
It was Maya who started first. Quiet beds, rooms when they were 6.
Go back. Let me hear that one more time. Your twin did what?
My twins stopped sleeping in their rooms when they were 6. Not in a dramatic way. They didn't come running into our bed screaming about monsters. It was Maya who started first. Quietly showing up in the hallway outside her door most mornings.
Okay.
Curled up on the floor with her blanket like she dragged herself there in the night. I'd find her before sunrise and carry her back to bed. She'd wake up a few hours later perfectly fine. No memory of it. I didn't think much of it at the time. After the 3rd or 4th morning, my husband suggested we just let her sleep with us for a while. Maya climbed into our bed that first night like she'd been waiting for permission. Her brother Eli thought the whole thing was unnecessary. He was never the anxious one, where Maya was quiet and careful. Eli was the kind of kid who'd walk into a dark basement without a second thought just to prove he could. He told us at breakfast that Maya was being a baby. She didn't argue, just looked at her cereal. The first time I noticed something off was maybe 2 weeks in. I woke up around 3 a.m. and found Maya sitting upright beside me, eyes open, completely still.
What the?
She was looking toward the open bedroom.
Boy, what the? Hold on, cuz. Where y'all sit? Hold on. This I got a question, class. Would y'all sleep with y'all door open? Yes or no? Would y'all sleep with y'all bedroom door wide open, bro? Would y'all sleep with y'all bedroom door wide open? That's all I need to know. Absolutely not. No. No. Eights no. X no. You say you howl when it's hot in your room? I don't know, Stalker, man. I just cut my fan on, bro. I can't sleep with no door open, bro. I can't do that, bro. Y'all tripping. Yeah, close and lock. Facts. I can't sleep with no door open, bro. There you go, fan and lock open. Only time I'll sleep with my door open is when I have kids. But even then, me and my kids' room gonna be connected. Like I can't do that, bro. I don't know, y'all. I can't do that, bro.
Or out into the hallway, her gaze fixed upward at a slight angle, toward the corner where the hallway wall meets the ceiling. I called her name softly and she didn't react. I told myself she was just half awake, but there was something about how still she was. Not restless like a drowsy child. That made me watch her until her eyes closed again. It took a while. It kept happening. Every few nights, same posture, same angle, same corner. There's an old water stain up there from a leak we never properly fixed. Just a faint brown ring on the plaster. And her gaze landed on it each time with a precision that started to unsettle me more than I wanted to admit. I mentioned it to my husband and he said she was probably just waking up disoriented. I agreed, but I started sleeping lighter after that. About a week later, Eli started having trouble. He didn't make a big thing of it. That wasn't his way.
Might be a reptilian.
He came to breakfast.
I ain't gonna lie, I just thought about that. Like, yo, like, low key. Like, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. The way she looking, bro. I don't like that though, bro. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I don't like the way she looking, bro. She looking too creepy for me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I don't like that.
Morning looking tired, and said he kept waking up for no reason. I assumed disrupted sleep, the change in routine.
Possessed, she might
He
be.
slept fine the next 2 nights.
Or she
and I
might be a
forgot about it.
reptilian, like Stalker said.
Then on the third night, I heard his door open around 2 a.m.
Who know?
I got up quietly. When I stepped into the hallway, Eli was standing a few feet from his door, arms loose at his side.
Bro, what's wrong with her kids, bro? Like, y'all, I'm not even trying to be mean. Like, y'all, class, what is wrong with her kids, bro? Y'all see this? Like, he looking like this. Y'all know what it remind me of? Y'all know what it remind me of? Y'all remember Little Nightmares and the people who used to watch the TV? And they used to just be stuck on the TV like this? That's how they look, bro. They look just like them, bro. They look just like them. They look just like them. I'm so serious, bro.
Head tilted back at the same sharp angle I'd seen on Maya's face. He was staring at the ceiling corner, at the stain. His eyes were wide open and I genuinely couldn't tell if he was awake. I called his name. Nothing. I called it again, louder, and he turned slowly, blinking, and said in a completely normal voice, "I was just getting water." Then he went back to his room
Water?
and closed
What?
the door.
How did it get so?
Look, what? Yeah, alright, bro. Water. Okay, bro.
Didn't remember it in the morning. That was the part that stayed with me.
They don't remember
Not that
it?
it happened, but that it happened to both of them. Maya I could half explain away, but Eli wasn't built for nervousness. Eli didn't spook, and yet there he was, standing in the same spot, staring at the same fixed point his sister had been staring at for weeks. They hadn't discussed it. I know because I asked, carefully. Neither of them knew the other had been doing it. Then Maya started drawing it. I only put it together later. She'd been leaving the same picture everywhere for weeks. On the kitchen table, in her backpack, folded in her jeans.
Y'all know what it remind me of? Y'all remember Stranger Things when everybody used to vision Mr. Whatsit? The kid used to vision him? That's what it remind me of. That's what it reminded me of, y'all.
Get when I did laundry. Always the same image. A hallway, a small figure on the floor. And in the upper corner, something dark. Not a person, not a recognizable shape, just something dark rendered in overlapping circles. The way kids draw when they're pressing too hard with the crayon. I asked her once what it was. She looked at the drawing for a moment and said, completely matter-of-factly, "That's the thing that watches." Then she went back to her cereal.
Watches?
When I showed Eli one of the drawings a few days later without telling him his sister had made it, he studied it quietly. Then he pointed to the dark shape and said, "That's not right. It's bigger than that."
Bigger?
He handed it back and walked outside to ride his bike, and I stood in the kitchen not knowing what to do with what he just told me.
Man.
We sold the house 8 months ago.
Oh, nah,
New city,
bro.
new school, fresh start.
Nah, I don't like
Both
that.
kids have slept normally since the move. Their own rooms, full nights, no incidents. They're fine. By every measure I have, they're completely fine.
It probably that house,
But
bro.
last week, I got a message from the woman who bought the house. She was friendly about it, almost apologetic. She said they'd had a contractor in to fix the old water damage in the upstairs hallway, and when he opened up the ceiling to check the rot, he found something inside the wall cavity. A small pile of objects, a button, 2 coins, a child's shoe, and a piece of paper folded many times over, with something drawn on it in faded pencil. She sent me a photo. I haven't been able to look at it for more than a few seconds. I can't fully make out everything in it, except that in the upper corner of the drawing, there's something dark, and below it on the floor are 2 small figures. I don't know what my kids were looking at all those nights. I don't know what they knew that I didn't, or how they both knew it independently without a word passing between them. I don't know if any of it truly connects, or if I'm just a parent who needed things to connect. What I do know is that neither of them has asked about the old house since we left. 2 kids who spent 6 years there, and between them, not a single word about it. I think about that more than I probably should.
Yo, I don't know, y'all. That's insane, bro. That's insane, bro. Let me see if I can. It's another one I'm seeing. I gotta find it. I ain't gonna, y'all funny with it. Hey, y'all funny with the stalker stuff. I never was a stalker when y'all said, predictable stalker story. Y'all hilarious for that, though, man. Alright, y'all. I found another one. It say 4 disturbing. Look, it say 3 true stalker horror stories. That's hilarious. This say 2 internet kidnapping horror stories. Kidnapper? Which one y'all want to watch? Y'all want to watch Kidnapper or Disturbing? Just say Napper or Disturbing, y'all. Don't say Kidnapping. I know how YouTube is, bro. Just say Napping. If y'all want to watch the Kidnapping one, type Napping. Y'all know what Disturbing, put Disturb. Napper. Alright, bet.
Multiple.
Alright, bet. You gonna watch Napper?
I spent most of high school online. Not in the way people do now where they mean Instagram or games or doom scrolling. I mean really online. Headphones, doors shut, house quiet, clock creeping past midnight while I fall into places that felt like they weren't meant to be found. I'd get home, dump my backpack, eat what was ever left on the counter, and then boot up my laptop like a full-blown addict.
Hey, y'all don't ever get this addicted to the internet, y'all, okay? Class, listen to me, class. Don't never get this addicted to the internet, y'all. This is going to be the downfall. Did y'all just heard what he said? He said as soon as he get home, he put his book back down, close the door, put headphones in, and be on the internet 24/7. Yo, that's not healthy, bro. Y'all, please don't ever do that.
We're in bed, I was already somewhere else, being somebody else, seeing things no other teenager should see. Back then, that somewhere else was 4chan. It was chaos, but it was interesting chaos, you know? Every board felt like a different neighborhood, each with its own rules, tone, and level of danger. Some were stupid, some were funny, some were genuinely creative. Others were like wandering into an alley that you knew better than to linger in. I like those rabbit holes though. I like the mysteries, ARGs, strange videos, unexplained images, threads that promised answers and then delivered nothing but deeper questions. It felt like being part of a secret internet club, one that didn't care if you were actually ready for what you were about to see. They were going to show you anyway. Shovel Dog, One Guy, One Jar, Worm Gush. I say these video file names and I know.
Hey, but look though, Look though. What you doing, there's nothing wrong with that because you editing videos and you posting videos to make people's lives easier. You see what I'm saying? You posting video, you being productive. What he doing, he on the internet looking at basically dark web stuff. He looking at dark web stuff. That's what he doing. You don't need to be doing that all day, every day. Listen, I'm not gonna tell y'all what to do. If y'all wanna look at dark web stuff, y'all do that. I'm not doing that. Y'all can do that. You see what I'm saying? So you being productive. You feel me? Hey, Stalker, you said 4chan is in your terrible website. Why were you going there? I don't even know what that is, but it sound like a terrible website. I wouldn't want to go there anyways. So look, just think about that, or like, yeah, like what? Like, if you gonna be on the internet, at least be productive. You know what I'm saying? At least talk to your friends, learn a new skill or something. Don't be on the internet consuming nothing but negativity though, creepy stuff. I don't think that's cool, bro. Like this right here, animated scary times, y'all. We watching this together. We having fun, y'all. We dissecting this. You feel me? This ain't nothing. What he doing, y'all? But y'all would never catch me doing that, bro. That's no.
Some of you are about to cringe, and I know you remember them too. There was one board though, one I never posted on, I only lurked in. Everyone knew its reputation. You didn't stumble onto it by accident. It was infamous even by 4chan standards. A place where people whispered about in other threads. A place you only visit late at night when the house is dark and you told yourself you were just looking. It was where the worst stuff floated from the bottom of the web. Not illegal exactly, not always, but close enough to make your stomach turn. You could see murder, death, and find the worst confessions you can ever imagine. Stuff I honestly will never share anywhere, anonymous or otherwise. I'm only there out of curiosity.
Yeah, I don't know what 4chan is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what that is. I never heard of it. This is my first time hearing about it.
I told myself. Anthropological interest. And I think that's a lie everybody used. One night while scrolling through that board, I saw a thread that didn't quite fit, and anybody that lurked back then knows what I'm talking about. This board, when something was posted that didn't fit like the rest of the threads, it would stand out. Lurkers would notice, so we all kind of gathered. The thumbnail stopped me cold. It wasn't shocking, it wasn't graphic. That was the problem. It was just a photo. Two girls standing outside somewhere that looked like a schoolyard playground or some kind of park. They're smiling at the camera, backpacks on, hair pulled back. 5th or 6th grade, I think, maybe. Younger than me by a few years. That alone was weird, but the description was stranger. It said, "Like what you see?" I clicked on it. The post attached to the image was—
But why would you click on it, man? What you got going on?
disgusting. Not explicit in a pornographic way. Worse than that, it was a written description of things that the poster claimed he wanted to do to them. Violent, degrading, predatory fantasies that were written with this smug confidence, like he wanted an applause. This was common for this board, people showing up with the shock value stuff and wanting a standing ovation from the rats and shock troopers looking for that kind of jolt. My chest went tight reading it. I remember glancing at the door to my room, half expecting somebody else to be standing there, watching me read it. I always felt that way when I came across something weird, this vague sense of guilt. The responses were mixed. A lot of people were furious, calling him out, telling him to delete himself, saying he was sick, saying this crossed a line even for that board. Others were clearly trolling, egging him on just to be cruel. They said the mods had gone to bed and it was time to post the good stuff. A few posts were worse, not many, but enough to make it stick in my head, enough to make me close the tab instead of replying. There were people singing his praise, telling him to go for it, for lack of better words. I kept reminding myself it had to be shock bait, somebody trying to get a rise out of other people. That happened all the time, literally every day. On the next night, I saw the thread again. Same image, but a different title. This time there were more photos. Not many, but enough to know this person had real access to these girls directly. Different angles, but same girls, same age. The descriptions had now escalated. Still written fantasies, but no actual acts shown. But the fixation was undeniable. The poster was not pretending. He was not practicing. He was arguing with people, calling them out, mocking them, claiming he knew these girls, claiming they were special. Every comment only escalated the whole fiasco, so again, all I did was observe until the thread timed out. That night, I couldn't sleep. Was this man hurting them right fucking now?
I bet you
What kind of
couldn't
world
sleep, huh?
had I now tapped into? After that, though, it became routine. Every night, sometime after midnight, the thread would appear. Sometimes it was the same images, sometimes new ones.
Yo, what's good,
Sometimes
boy?
the title was bait, something vague meant to lure people in. Other times it was just straight up blunt and aggressive. The comments grew angrier, more desperate. People begging him to stop, others trying to track the images. A few claimed they were reporting him, though we all knew it was a bluff. This image board was truly anonymous, and if something went against the guidelines, the mods would just simply delete it. They didn't investigate things like this. They just swept it under the rug.
I don't know what's going on, bro. What's going on with this ad, bro?
The poster never really seemed worried. That was another clue that we were totally and utterly powerless. Weeks went by and I checked less boards. I stopped clicking into random threads, but always looking for that one. Part of me hoped it wouldn't be there anymore. Part of me was afraid of what it meant if it was. As long as that disgusting thread was there, I could rest knowing it was just a daydream. The worst realization came quietly one night as I stared at that familiar photo and felt something settle in my gut. This was not somebody reposting random images from Google, a theory many of us had been offering up. This was some kind of sicko taking images off a friend's account and pretending they were kids he knew. Creepy, ultimate trolling type behavior. This, however, was somebody who did in fact have access to those girls. The image in question was the girls on a couch, facing the other direction, and at the bottom of the picture was this little piece of paper, and the paper said,
Hi, insert image board name. Don't they look tasty?
Followed by a time and a date. This predator was proving he was really in the house with these girls with a timestamp. I felt in my heart that we were circling the drain at this point.
Yo, this story low-key making me sick, but I'm not gonna lie to you.
It was like watching a shark closing in. Every night, I was finding myself looking, making sure it hadn't escalated, that it was still there, that it was just words on a page confined to a screen. But the posts kept coming, and the tone kept shifting from provocation to confession. The guy stopped pretending he was just trolling, and he started talking like somebody who had already crossed a line in his head. He then began referring to himself as a stepfather.
What kind of stepfather would I be if I didn't properly train these girls for womanhood?
Yo, come on, bro.
Do you think they'll still call me by name, or will they still call me stepdaddy? The best part is having them sit in my lap every night before bed. No one, not even their mom, suspects a thing.
I couldn't believe it. Comments about being trusted, about having keys, about how easy it was to take photos without being noticed. Then one night, he just said it outright, claimed the girls lived under the same roof, claimed their mother was clueless, claiming the posting itself was part of the thrill, that the act of sharing them or having strangers see what he saw made him feel powerful, perverse, and generous. That was when this thread exploded. People were calling for this man's execution. The casual cruelty vanished. Even the trolls seemed uneasy now. People weren't just insulting him, they were pleading, telling him to stop, telling him to delete the images, begging him to get help, to walk away while he still could. A few users even tried to reason with him, spelling out exactly how bad this would end for everybody involved. He would respond back with lulls, further threats until the thread timed out, and then he vanished for the night. He called them buzzkills, said they didn't understand how far gone he already was. He said there was no rewind button for his mind, talked about courage, and not in this moral sense, but like he was psyching himself up for something inevitable, something he framed as destiny instead of a crime. Reading this felt like standing next to a firing line at a gun range. It was hard to keep my eyes open, hard to even pay attention. I remember at one point my hands were shaking on the keyboard, hitting all kinds of keys, remembering feeling stupid for being scared, and sitting safely in my own bedroom while this played out somewhere else, but it didn't feel distant at all. It felt immediate and very, very real. Then, I got tagged in a comment one night, just before the thread timed out. I'd never even posted inside that creepy asshole's thread, never said a word. I didn't even have a consistent handle. Nobody did, just whatever the board assigned me that session, usually a random set of numbers, but somebody replied to one of the frantic comments and tagged several anonymous IDs, including mine, with a single line. If you're serious about stopping this, go here. It was a link to another thread, different board, totally hidden from prying eyes.
Well, you better not click
Quieter
that.
and no shock images,
You better not click
no
that
big
link.
titles, just screenshots, timestamps, and people breaking down what little information they had. Somebody had archived the post before they were deleted. Someone else was comparing image compression artifacts. Another was speculating about time zones based about when the thread went live and when the guy went to sleep. They were even analyzing his speech and typing style through words and writing that he produced. Halfway down the thread was another link, and this one led to a chat room. I hesitated. It felt like crossing a line from observer to now participant, from doom scrolling to responsibility. But once I clicked in, there's no dramatic reveal, no manifesto, just a handful of usernames already talking, lines of text stacking up in front of me. There were maybe 10 of us at first. A guy who claimed to work IT support and knew basic networking. A woman who said she'd done moderation work on other platforms, understood the basic website tag-in and tag-out protocols. Somebody else who admitted they had no technical skills at all but was good at organizing information and keeping timelines straight. A few lurkers watching, just like I'd been. There was no leader and no head hero. That surprised me. It was just a collective of people that were sick of watching that guy threaten children. Everyday folks like you and me that were ready to put down their entire lives to stop this from happening.
I wish I had something like this course.
Hey, hey, y'all, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what's going on. But I hope this story not about the end while I think about the end, bro.
There was nervous, sure, people making dumb jokes to cut out the tension. Somebody joked about how none of us would be here if we had healthier hobbies. Somebody else called it the worst project group imaginable. And I'll admit it helped somehow. Made it feel human instead of apocalyptic. And it also fueled our morale and our camaraderie. We wanted to be there. We wanted to work together for this common goal. And the purpose was crystal clear. We were there to identify the poster, to figure out who he really was, where he was, and how to hand that information to somebody who could actually intervene. Nobody talked about revenge. Nobody talked about confronting him directly. The goal was simple: stop him. And the easiest way to do that would be to find out his identity, then hand it over to the police. So we started small, tracking post times, comparing language patterns, noting the way he referred to the girls, the consistency of his phrasing. Somebody pointed out the photos always seemed to be taken indoors, under similar lighting. Somebody else noticed a logo on the backpack in one of the images and started digging into various business brandings. Maybe there would be something local to clue us in. I felt energized now in a way that actually kind of scared me. This was no longer morbid curiosity, it was purpose. I'd gone from helplessly watching something horrible unfolding in front of me to being part of a group that believed, maybe naively, that we could interrupt, and that belief was intoxicating. Underneath all of it was this pressure, questions from my parents, my friends, realizations from the team about what could possibly and potentially happen to us. Because if we were wrong, we're wasting our time. But if we're right, every minute mattered. By the third night, we all understood the same grim truth at the same time. We weren't going to crack him on 4chan.
Hey, so I got a question, y'all. I got a question before we continue with this video, right? I got a question. What would y'all do if y'all was in this predicament? Would y'all go and help everyone else who on the website? Or would y'all just close the website down and never get back on ever again? What would y'all do? Would y'all help? Would y'all help them or just close it out and act like this don't exist? What would y'all do? You wouldn't be there in the first place? Close the website out. I just want to hear what y'all say.
Every theory about IP
Never be
leaks,
there.
bad OPSEC, or accidental metadata collapsed under scrutiny. The post jumped regions, time zones shifted. If there was a real location bleed, it was buried beneath layers of obfuscation, or worse, the anonymity was working exactly as it intended. The board was doing what it had always done, protecting monsters by accident. Meanwhile, his posts were escalating. Not in detail, he seemed to relish withholding now, but in confidence. He talked less about fantasy and more about inevitability, about waiting for the right moment, about how people like us didn't understand how easy it would be to cross that line once you've already stepped over it inside your head.
Their mom isn't going to be home this Friday. Maybe I can get them to fall asleep with me in the living room. We can all stay together under the blankets, get comfy. Maybe I'll put on a scary movie so they stay close. Keep a hand on me. Little will they know.
We felt the clock ticking. The breakthrough didn't come from clever hacking or technical genius. It came from desperation. Someone in chat typed what we'd all been avoiding. We need him off 4chan. That was it. That was the move. If we couldn't trace him there, we'd lure him somewhere else that was actually traceable. Somewhere permanence existed. Somewhere with real accounts, real handles, and actual data. Reddit was our first suggestion. We moved instantly. Within hours, we'd spun up a subreddit. Ugly, grimy, intentionally off-putting. It wasn't explicit, but it suggested the worst. Curated creepypasta, disturbing art, threads framing as confessions and dark thoughts. We created burner accounts, populated it until it looked lived in, rotten, a place he'd feel at home. We even created some DIY, home-cooked content that fell in line with his stuff, something to make him feel right at home even more. Then,
Yo, is it me? But they putting too much stock, bro. They going up and beyond, bro. They creating fake Reddits. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
would come the hardest part, talking to him. And for some stupid reason, I volunteered.
You volunteer? You volunteer to talk to him? Yeah, but you dumber than I thought, bro.
His thread, I adopted a tone. I mirrored his language, complimented his honesty, told him I understood the thrill of sharing, of being seen out in the open. Every word tasted like ash, but I typed it anyway. I let him lead, let him think that he was in control.
Oh my, a man of culture. Have you actually tasted the fruit?
He asked me. Of course, wouldn't comment otherwise. A better question, how haven't you had a little taste yourself, with such delightful apples in your basket?
I know. I struggled to cross over and take a plunge. Soon though, that's all I can say.
We went on back and forth like that for 20 minutes, and I wanted to puke the entire time. When I mentioned the subreddit, I framed it as a gift. Less noise, less judgment, people who actually get it. He hesitated. You could feel it in the pacing of his replies. Shorter sentences, longer pauses. He asked me questions about moderation, about rules, about who ran it, and I answered carefully, letting others in the chat feed me lines. We were so close it felt unreal. And then he vanished. No reply, no goodbye. He stopped replying, and the thread timed out within 15 minutes. Maybe he'd gone to bed and was thinking it over. Tomorrow we'd see a Reddit account pop up, and this would all be worth it. But instead, a new post appeared. One last image. It wasn't shocking, it wasn't explicit, it was mundane. And that's what broke us. One of the girls was wearing a middle school gym shirt, big blocky letters, school name, year, current. It was wrinkled and partially obscured, but when we realized what it was that we were actually looking at, everybody jumped in to solve the puzzle. The chat room was quiet, then exploded with message after message, all caps framed with exclamation marks. We were freaking the fuck out, dude. I can't even properly express it. That was the crack in the dam. We fucking got him. We zoomed, cropped, enhanced, cross-referenced.
This experience.
Boy, I don't know what's going on, bro. But Buddy need to be in jail, though. I know that for a fact, though.
Within an hour, somebody had the school's website open. Class rosters, event photos, newsletters. It didn't take long. And then there the girls were, smiling in a group photo, a lot younger than what they looked like on that cursed board. We found the families next, and that part felt really weird, intrusive, almost dangerous. None of us really wanted to be the creep who cold contacted a parent with accusations pulled from the internet, so we didn't. Instead, we documented everything. Screenshots, archived threads, timelines, commentary explaining the pattern, the escalation, the claims of access. We wrote like we were building a case because I guess in a way, we were. Clear and clinical, impossible to misunderstand. And then somebody called the school. Not anonymously, calmly and carefully. We explained what we had, what we feared, and why time mattered. We didn't have the poster's identity, but we knew the names of the girls, and we were hoping they could backtrack from there. An administrator asked for the materials. We sent the portfolio to an official school email account, and after that, things moved fast. The school contacted the mother contacted the police. The police had already enough to act. The man, her boyfriend, was living in the home, exactly like he claimed. He was taken from work the next day, charged, booked, removed. The thread never came back. No manifesto, no retaliation, just silence. A complete vacuum where a potential pedophile had once existed. Weeks later, one of us found a local news blurb confirming an arrest. He was nowhere near any of us, but we got his first name, his mugshot. We got our guy, you know? I remember sitting back from the screen, heart pounding, feeling something that I did not expect. Relief, satisfaction. I'd done that, goddammit. What started as a sick curiosity, something I'd stumbled into while lurking too late at night, ended with a real-world consequence, actual protection, proof that even in the worst corners of the internet, people could choose to act and make an actual difference. This was before the documentaries like Don't Mess with Cats, which I was also oddly involved with. This was before vigilante justice became content, before anybody was clapping at a phone screen. We didn't feel like heroes, we just felt human. And I guess sometimes that's all you need. I'm from the Pennsylvania wilds. If you're not familiar, it covers nearly a quarter of the state, miles of dense hardwood forest, logging roads, state game lands, and towns so small they barely register on a map. It's rural in a way that feels older than the high.
Hey, so how y'all feel about that first story, man? How y'all feel about it? How y'all feel about that first story? Talk to me. Best one, uneasy, creeped out. Weird.
That are cutting through it. At night, it's black enough to swallow headlights whole.
Downright weird.
I've lived here my entire life. When I was a kid, one of my cousins told me there were weird people in these woods. Not hunters, not hikers. Weird people who only come out at night. Another cousin from the same area said something similar but claimed they were part of a cult and wore these strange masks. I looked into it years later. Of course, there's no records, no cult reports, nothing local that would back it up. I figured they had to be messing with me. Until last year. I left work for early that morning, just past 3. The hours feel suspended. No traffic, no movement. Just the road, the trees, pressing in tightly on both sides. And that particular morning was clear and dry. No fog, no rain, just me in the dark. I was driving a stretch of back road that runs between two heavy sections of forest when something stepped out of the woods on the right side. I slowed automatically, thinking deer. People had accidents out here all the time. But it wasn't shaped like a deer. My headlights washed the shoulder in that dull yellow light that lets you see just enough. The gravel, the grass, the lower trunks of trees, everything beyond that fades into black. Between two trees just off the road stood something tall and unnaturally thin. It was man-shaped, but only in shape. I can't describe it. It's like it was presenting itself as a man. Long limbs, lengthy like a stretched rubber toy. It was the same lightish brown-gray all over, almost like bark. For a second, I thought it might actually really be a person, but we were miles from anything. The thought then flashed through my mind. Is this guy naked out here? Then it raised its arm and waved. Slow and casual, but unmistakable. And that's when I got a really good look at its face. The eyes were dark, sunken and black. The mouth, or what I thought was the mouth, was nearly a foot long. It seemed to extend further down the face than it should have. Maybe it was shadows, it's hard to say, but it felt like a smile.
Boy, y'all funny. Y'all saying this Wimby, but y'all hilarious. Bro.
Matched that weird waving arm. The second I registered it, something in me shut down the curiosity. I snapped my eyes back to the road and slammed my foot on the gas. I did not look back. I refused to. By the time I reached work, I convinced myself it was a dead tree, a strange stump. Headlights can warp shapes and your brain will fill in the gaps.
I don't know what that is.
That explanation felt good enough for me. On my way home that afternoon, I pulled over near that area where I'd seen it, expecting to find that weird tree in particular and just laugh at myself. But there was no tree, just an abandoned, overgrown logging road branching off into the woods. You wouldn't notice it unless you were looking. Grass was growing thick down the center, brush reclaiming every single inch. Nothing that matched what I'd seen, and there were these really weird tracks out there, wandering in and out of the forest.
Yeah, I know Groot. I am Groot.
Still, I forced myself to accept the trick of the light theory. It was more believable than the alternative.
I built my bag collection.
Months would pass, then late fall would roll in, leaves mostly down, the woods looking skeletal as they do. One evening, I was home listening to this paranormal podcast about something they called the Tall Whites. I'd nearly tuned it out until the host mentioned the sighting happened in the next county over from me. A story came from a retired park ranger. About 20 years ago, while on patrol at night, he saw a tall, thin humanoid figure standing between trees along the forested road. Light brown or gray, extremely long limbs. He said it had small red eyes, but he'd shine a flashlight directly at it. And eye shine can distort color at night. He also mentioned what looked like a really long nose, or what he thought was a long nose. Perhaps a mouth, it was hard to say. My stomach dropped immediately. The proportions that he described were nearly identical to the ones I saw. The stillness, the way it stood just inside the tree line, watching with its creepy big face. If what I saw was only headlights playing tricks, how did somebody describe almost the same exact thing 2 decades earlier? The differences were minor, but the shape, the height, the build was all a direct match. And the location, deep woods, back roads, places most people never travel at 3 in the morning, reminded me of that missing 411 thing. I started thinking back about what my cousins had told me when I was a kid about those weird people off in the woods, masked figures. Maybe they'd seen something like that and tried to make sense of it the only way that kids can. Or maybe stories just grow up in places like this, and I think you see why. I haven't told many people about what I saw. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. A tall gray brown man thing waving from between the trees at 3 a.m. I mean, come on. But I know what I saw was not a deer. It wasn't a stump, and it wasn't random. It lifted its arm. It acknowledged me. Now when I drive that stretch of road, I don't slow down for anything.
Hey, y'all, so how y'all feel about that story, bro? Talk to me. How y'all feel about that story? Double horrendous? Meh. You hate the forest stories? Lame, boo. Where y'all funny, bro? I'm gonna see if I can find one more for y'all, bro. Alright, y'all. Alright, do y'all want to see field trip or snowstorm? Say snow or field, whatever one y'all want to watch. Snow, field, snow. I'm sorry, brother. Democracy rule, man.
Imagine being able.
Yeah, this one called Faux True Snowstorm Horror Stories Animated.
This happened a few nights after Christmas, 2 years ago during a snowstorm. I was still in high school and
hey, y'all know what I like? So y'all hit YouTube channel MJV Animation, MJV Mall. That's dope. I like that.
Christmas 2 years ago during a snowstorm. I was 18, still in high school and working evenings at a GameStop in a strip mall in the Midwest. It was my first retail job, and because it was the holiday season, they'd been scheduling people later than usual. That night was supposed to be easy. The weather was bad enough that we hadn't been busy at all. Snow started in the afternoon and just kept coming. By the time it got dark, the parking lot was already covered, and most of the stores around us had already closed or were barely getting customers. Normally, there were 2 of us closing, but my coworker left around 9:30. He always got picked up because he didn't drive yet. They were strict about that, especially in bad weather. He asked me if I'd be okay for the last half hour, and I said yes because I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle it.
Boy, you better than me, but he leaving, I'm leaving too. I'm telling A-Ball, we closing the store a little early, man. What?
We closed at 10. By 9...
Closing at 9:30 today. It be bad weather?
Yeah, everything was basically dead. I locked one of the 2 front doors like we were supposed to and left the other unlocked until close. I started straightening shelves and counting drawers, doing everything slowly to kill time. I remember checking my phone and seeing messages from friends complaining about being snowed in. I was annoyed more than anything. I just wanted to get out of there and go home. At 9:55 or around then, the door opened. The bell rang, loud and sharp in the quiet store. A guy walked in. He looked like he was in his early 20s, but it was hard to tell because he didn't take care of himself at all. His hair was greasy and stuck out from under a hood. His jacket was dirty, like it hadn't been washed in a long time, if ever, and it was unzipped, even though it was freezing outside. His jeans were stiff and stained, and his shoes were soaked through. He smelled bad. Not just like somebody who needed a shower. It was worse than that. He didn't look at me right away. He just stood there for a second, staring at the floor, breathing through his mouth. I said, "Hey, just letting you know we close in a few minutes." I tried to keep my voice normal, friendly even, the way we're trained. He looked up slowly and stared at me in a way that made my skin crawl. Just empty, like he was looking through me, or past me. "That's fine," he said. He started walking around the store, touching things without really looking at them, picking up game cases and putting them back in the wrong spots, running his fingers along the Funko Pop boxes like he was counting them. I stayed behind the counter and kept counting cash, pretending everything was normal. You get weird people in retail. That's just how it is. I told myself not to overreact. He stepped in front of the used games section and asked me how old I was. The question hit me wrong immediately, but I replied, 18. He nodded slowly like he was following that information away. "You go to school around here?" he asked. "No," I said. That was a lie. I didn't even think about it though, it just came out. He gave me a little smile and it looked forced. I told him again that we were closing and asked if he needed help finding anything. I was hoping he'd just grab something and leave. Instead, he walked closer to the counter, like way too close. "I need you to come with me," he said. I laughed because sometimes laughing makes things less awkward. "I can't. I'm working," I said. He leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. I wasn't asking. Then he reached into his jacket. At first, my brain tried to make it something normal. A wallet, a phone, anything but what it was. But he pulled out a gun.
Oh!
He didn't point it at me right away. He just held it on his stomach, angled so I could see it clearly.
So listen, so Clyde, what was I doing in this situation, y'all? Buddy come up to you and he said, I need you to come with me, and he got a gun. What y'all doing? Y'all going with him? Or y'all standing y'all ground and y'all standing in the store? What y'all doing? What y'all doing, bro? Standing your ground? You don't know? You would have been left with your other coworker? Oh my goodness, bro. Y'all be hilarious. I love asking y'all questions, see what y'all say. Alright, let's keep on going.
Come with me, he said. Just calm and flat. I'm going to have to do something very bad to you, and I don't want to do that, okay? So just listen. Everything in my body went cold. I couldn't feel my hands. My mouth opened, but nothing came out. He raised the gun a little, just enough to make sure I understood. Don't scream, he said. Don't do anything stupid. I remember thinking about my parents, about how mad they'd be if they knew I was closing alone, about how stupid it was that I agreed to do it, and about how the snow meant nobody was around. Then the front door opened again. The bell rang, and an older man walked in. Big guy with a pretty heavy hunting-style camo coat, slicked back gray hair, and a huge beard. Glasses fogged from the cold. He didn't look confused or surprised. He looked focused, like he already knew something was wrong. The guy with the gun froze, and the older man took one look at him and said, firmly, "Put it down." The younger guy started yelling immediately, swearing, shaking, and waving the gun around like he didn't know what to do with it anymore. "Back off," he screamed. "This doesn't involve you." The older man didn't raise his voice. "Son," he said, "don't make me do this." That's when I noticed the older man had a gun too. He hadn't pulled it all the way out, but I could see it on his hip and was seconds away from drawing it out. It was steady. His hand wasn't shaking at all. The younger guy's confidence disappeared instantly. He started crying, like actual crying, saying he didn't mean it, saying he just needs help, and saying that he wasn't going to hurt anyone. The older man kept talking to him like he was a kid, telling him to breathe and telling him to put the gun on the floor. After what felt like forever, the younger guy slowly set it down. The old man kicked it away and looked at me. "Go to the back," he said. "Call 911 now." My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the phone twice before I could dial. It took the police maybe about 20 minutes to get there. They took the guy away in handcuffs, and he didn't even fight. He just looked small. Everything calmed down. The older man stayed until my parents arrived. He told the police he'd seen the guy earlier when he came to pick up his grandson from the GameStop next door, my coworker. He said the guy had been standing outside in the snow, watching people go in and out, lingering around. He said something about him felt wrong, so he stayed nearby. When he heard screaming, he came in. I quit that job the very next day and called my boss. He was sad about it, but understood it. I still think about how close it came. If he hadn't trusted his gut, I don't know what would have happened.
W Grandpa, bro.
This happened in the mid-2000s in my hometown in Wisconsin. I'd been at my sister's place for dinner, and I stayed longer than I meant to because my brother-in-law kept saying, "It's fine, it's not that bad." Like repeating it would change the weather. By the time I left, the snow had turned into a real blizzard. Not pretty snow. Not the kind you take pictures of. It was that whiteout where your headlights just light up a wall of moving white and...
I got a question, y'all. One more question, y'all, before we continue. Would y'all rather drive in heavy snow or heavy rain? Talk to me. Which one? That's all I need to know. Heavy snow or heavy rain, bro? What y'all rather drive through? Heavy rain. Snow. 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 Okay. I was just curious.
I feel like you're driving inside a shaken up snow globe. I had a travel mug of coffee in the cup holder that was already cold. My windshield kept fogging up no matter what I did. I had the defroster blasting, but the edges of the windshield were still filmed over, and every time I wiped it with my sleeve, it made it worse. My wipers were struggling, making that heavy, slow scrape sound like they were tired too. I should have stayed. I know that now, but I had work early the next morning, and I didn't want to sleep on their couch and have to dig my car out at 5 a.m. It felt better to just go home and deal with it. Rows were empty, which...
See, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. If it's snowing that bad, I'm not going to work, bro. I don't care if I get fired.
A clue. Usually, even in snow, you'll see a couple cars out. That night, it felt like I was the only person dumb enough to be driving. The storm made everything weird. Signs would appear and disappear. The reflective paint on the road was buried, so you were mostly guessing where the lanes were based on. The vague darker lines where tires had gone earlier. The wind would shove the car sideways every once in a while, and you'd correct, and then you'd correct again. It was exhausting. I kept telling myself the same thing. Just keep it steady and don't slam the brakes, and don't get stuck. My phone was just a basic flip phone. No GPS, no maps, and I wasn't calling anyone. Even if I wanted to. I didn't want to take my hands off the wheel. I had both hands on it like an old person. At some point, I got off the main highway because I thought the back route would be faster. That was my second mistake.
Now, why would you... I ain't even gonna say nothing. I'm about to curse her out, but you telling me it's snowing. You don't know that much about the snow. And you thought it was smart to drive in the back road on a snowstorm? And there's nobody out there?
The road at least had occasional plows. Side roads were just white. Nothing but frickin' snow and darkness. Trees started lining the road.
And it's dark? No, come on. What is wrong with her, man? I ain't gonna say nothing, man. I know we all have slow moments. That don't even make no sense. I don't know why she even do that. Like, I don't know, man.
Both sides, and the wind pushed snow off the branches in bursts. Every time that happened, it looked like something moved into the corner of your vision. I kept flinching like an idiot. My shoulders were tight. My hands were cramping from gripping the wheel. Then I saw hazard lights ahead. At first, it was just two orange blinks, dull and half hidden by the snow. I slowed down right away. My brain went, okay, someone's stuck, or somebody spun out. In a storm like that, it happens, you know? You see it all the time. As I get closer, I realized the car wasn't in a ditch. It was across the road, not parked on the shoulder. Literally sideways, blocking both lanes, like it had spun and stopped right there. The hazards were on, but something felt weird. I pulled up and stopped a good distance back because I didn't trust the road. My tires slid a little when I hit the brakes, and that made my stomach drop. I put the car in park and just sat there for a second, watching the hazard lights blink through the blowing snow. My first thought was, I can't get around this. My second thought was, I shouldn't get out. But then I saw movement near the blocked car. Somebody on the driver's side, hunched down like they were checking something. I rolled my window down a crack. Cold air hit my face immediately. It felt like needles. Hey, I yelled. Are you okay? The wind stole half of it. I wasn't even sure my voice carried. The person stood up and turned toward me. A guy, hood up, hands down by his sides. He started walking towards my car. Slow. Not limping, not waving his arms. Just walking right down the middle of the road like he wasn't worried about slipping. Like he owned that stretch of road. That's when the hazard lights bothered me more. They weren't blinking at a normal rhythm. One seemed to half beat off. Made the whole thing feel wrong. Like the car wasn't actually in distress. Like it was staged. I told myself that was a stupid thing to think.
Alright, bet. Alright, so. Be smooth, my boy. Peace.
Lights break. Cold messes with electronics. Whatever. The guy reached my headlights, and I could see him better. Mid-20s maybe. Not dressed for the weather. That was the first real red flag. His coat was thin. His jeans looked dry. And his shoes looked clean. Clean shoes in a blizzard is a weird thing to notice, but I noticed it. Because my boots were soaked just from walking from my sister's porch to my car earlier. I stepped in snow once and my pant legs were wet. This guy looked like he hadn't stepped in anything. He stopped at my driver's window and leaned down slightly. Hey, he said. His face was pale and he had that red chapped look around his nose like he'd been out in the cold. But his breathing didn't match it. He wasn't panting and he wasn't shivering. He looked completely calm. You alright? I asked. It came out shaky, which annoyed me because I was trying to sound normal. Car's stuck, he said, and nodded back toward the sideways car. Can you give me a ride? That was fast. He didn't ask for a push. He didn't ask if I had a shovel. He went straight to give me a ride, like that was the plan. To where? I asked. He glanced down the road behind me like he was checking something. Then he looked back at me and said, just up the road. There's a house.
Nah.
What house? I said.
Nah.
He didn't answer that. He just leaned closer like he wanted me to unlock the door. Come on, he said. It's freezing.
Man, if you don't...
It was freezing.
Man.
That part was true.
Nah.
Something about him didn't fit. If his car had spun out, he should have looked stressed, angry, embarrassed, cold, literally anything. Instead, he looked ready. Everything was moving way too fast for this to feel normal. I kept my hand on the lock button without thinking. I didn't open the door. I can call somebody for you, I said. No service, he said immediately. That was another thing. He said it way too fast, like he'd already rehearsed it. Also, I didn't know if there was service or not because I hadn't tried, but I didn't like him deciding the options for me. I glanced past him at the car blocking the road. Are you out here alone? I asked. He stared at me for a second. Yeah, he said. Just me. He didn't look back. Didn't even glance at it. Like he didn't care what was happening behind him. It's just me, he said. And then he smiled, and it wasn't a friendly smile. It was like he was waiting to see if that would work. I looked past him through the snow at the sideways car, and I tried to look inside it. The windshield was frosted over, but the inside looked dark. Then I noticed something else that made my stomach flip. The car's engine was running. You could see the exhaust coming out in a steady stream. If they were stuck and waiting for help, keeping the engine on made sense. But the car was parked sideways across the road like a barricade. If you wanted help, why block the entire road? Why not pull to the shoulder, even if you slid? I didn't say any of that out loud. I just sat there in my seat, trying to figure out what to do without making him angry. I can't give you a ride, I said. He didn't change expression right away, just stared at me. Yes, you can, he said, quietly. I felt my heart start hitting hard. The heater was blowing on my feet and I still felt cold. I'm not comfortable, I said. That sounded stupid, like I was turning him down for a dance. He lifted his hands, palms out, feigning calm. Don't be like that, he said. I just need a ride. I shook my head. He stepped closer to the window and I smelled cigarette smoke. Open the door, he said. No. He looked past me into my car like he was checking if anyone was in the passenger seat. Then he looked back at me and his face went flat. He turned and started walking back toward the blocked car. For a half second, I felt stupid. Like I just refused somebody who genuinely needed help. Like I was the paranoid one. Then he lifted his arm and I saw him make a small motion with his hand. Like a signal. That's when I saw it. A shape stepped out from the snow on the passenger side of the blocked car. I hadn't seen anyone there before because the storm was cutting visibility down to nothing. The second person started walking toward me.
Oh!
That feeling of hopelessness hit me then. The one where your body decides before your brain does. I threw my car into reverse. My tires spun. The car didn't move at first. I felt my stomach drop so hard, it was like missing a step on stairs. I hit the gas again, harder than I should have. The car jerked back, sliding sideways a little bit. My rear end fishtailed and I thought it might spin out. I kept reversing anyway, eyes wide, barely able to see. Snow hit the windshield so hard it looked like sand. My wipers couldn't keep up. I glanced forward and saw the first guy turn around. He saw me backing up and his calm vanished. He started running toward my car. That was the moment I knew it wasn't help. I reversed faster. The road behind me was just white and I was basically guessing. I could feel the car sliding and correcting itself. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't keep the wheel steady. I heard something hit my car. A loud thud against the side. The second guy was closer now. I don't know when he'd moved. I just hadn't noticed until he stepped into view. He was taller and wearing darker clothes. He moved like he wasn't worried about slipping either. My reverse lights lit up the snow behind me and all I could see was white and two faint tire lines. I backed up until I felt my tires drop off the edge of the road into the shallow ditch. The car lurched and tilted. For a second, I thought I was stuck. Then the tires caught somehow and the car bounced back up just enough that I could straighten out. I slammed it into drive. The wheels spun again. The car moved forward but sideways at the same time, like it didn't know what it wanted to do. I turned the car down the road away from them and I just went. Not fast because the road wouldn't allow it, but faster than I should have been going on a whiteout. I didn't look back for a while because I couldn't risk it. I just drove until the car was gone behind me and the snow swallowed the hazard lights. I kept going until I hit a stretch where there were lights. Not a town really, just a couple of street lights and a gas station sign glowing through the snow like a mirage. I pulled into the parking lot and sat there shaking, hands still clenched on the wheel like I couldn't let it go. I tried calling my sister. No signal though. Tried again and still not working. I went inside the gas station and I'm sure I looked insane. The guy behind the counter asked if I was okay and I said, Somebody tried to stop me on the road. That was all I could get out without sounding like I wasn't making it up. He nodded like he'd heard something like that before, which didn't make me feel better. I stayed there until the storm eased up enough that a plow came through and traffic started moving again. I didn't drive back that way. I took whatever main road I could find and added almost an hour to my trip. I made it home close to 3 in the morning. I didn't sleep much. The next day, I kept thinking about the clean shoes. That's the part that sticks in my head. I don't know why. It's just the thing my brain grabbed onto. If I hadn't noticed it, I might have opened the door. I might have let him in to warm up or call somebody. I might have ended up stranded, kidnapped, or dead. I never found out who they were or what they wanted. I didn't even go looking for news about it, because I didn't want to read about something and convince myself it was connected.
Hey, so how y'all feel about that story, bro? How y'all feel about that story? Talk to me. No. Wild but preventable.
This happened a few winters ago during a snowstorm that ended up being worse than anyone expected. I was in my mid-20s at the time and living alone in a small house in Bum Nowhere, Pennsylvania. My wife was out of town for work and I'd planned to just stay in, shovel in the morning, and deal with it then. The snow started mid-afternoon. By early evening, it was coming down steady, thick flakes that stuck right away. I remember going out once around 6 to clear the porch and the first few feet of the walkway, thinking I'd stay ahead of it. That was the last time I went outside that night. By 9, the road in front of my house was completely covered. No plow would come through. I didn't see a single car pass. The wind picked up and the snow started blowing sideways, piling against the fence and the side of the house. Inside was quiet. I had the TV on low, mostly for background noise. It felt mostly like a normal night, but I was just aware that if something went wrong, I wasn't going anywhere. Around 10, I got up to stretch and I noticed something through the front window that stopped me. There were footprints on the walkway. They weren't mine. Mine were wider and messy from shoveling earlier. These were narrow and straight, coming from the street toward my porch. The snow had already started filling them, but they were still clear enough to follow. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to work it through logically. Maybe somebody walked by earlier before it got bad. Maybe they cut across my yard. None of that really lined up, but I didn't jump straight to panic either. I locked the front door. It was already locked, but checked it anyway. Then I checked the back door. Same thing. I went back to the living room and sat down, telling myself I was overthinking it. About 15 minutes later, I heard someone knocking at my front door. I froze. The TV was still on, and I remember reaching for the remote and muting it without looking at the screen. Another knock followed, a little bit louder this time. I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the door, listening to the wind outside, and the faint hiss of snow hitting the windows. Then a voice came through the door. Amazon. That was it. No greeting, just the word. My first thought was that it didn't make sense. It was late, the roads were horrible, and I wasn't expecting anything. But I also knew Amazon drivers sometimes worked late, especially around the holidays. I stood up but I didn't go to the door. I stayed back near the hallway. I didn't order anything, I said. There was a pause, long enough that I thought maybe whoever it was had already left.
He sounds sad now.
Then, I have a package for this address. I need a signature before I leave. I asked him who it was for.
But I ain't gonna lie, he tripping though. I wouldn't even say nothing at all. I don't know why he even talking. I wouldn't talk at all. That's the problem.
Another awkward pause. Amazon, he said. Again, like that answered it at all. That's when I noticed how quiet it was outside. The wind had died down for a moment and the snow was falling straight down. It was so silent I could hear my own ears ringing. Hey, we're good. We didn't order anything and I'm not opening the door, I said. That's when everything changed. He slammed his fist against the door so hard the whole frame rattled. Open the door, he yelled. I jumped back without thinking. My heart was hammering and I felt like I just took a shot of pure adrenaline. I said I'm not opening it, I yelled back. There was a few more seconds of silence and then he started screaming. Not yelling, like pure screaming. Loud, raw, angry sounds that didn't sound planned. He shouted threats that didn't fully make sense, switching between insults and promises that he'd break the door down and drag me out. He kept repeating that he knew I was inside, that he could still hear me moving. I backed down the hallway, my phone in my hands, not really sure what to do or even say. I remember thinking that if someone a few houses down heard anything, it would probably be hard to hear through the storm. He started pounding on the door again, harder this time. I could hear something scraping, like he was kicking at the bottom or dragging something against it. I thought about the fact that my front door was old. I yelled that I was calling the police, and that's when he completely lost it. He screamed louder than before, voice cracking, threatening things I won't repeat. He sounded close to the door, like his face was right up against it. I could kind of hear his breathing between words. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I stood there for quite a time, not moving, listening to the house in the storm, my ears still ringing. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to look through the window next to the door. The porch was empty. Snow had already started piling where he must have been standing. I didn't sleep much that night. Kept all the lights on and stayed in the living room. Every time the wind hit the house, I felt like he was there again. In the morning, the storm had buried everything. The footprints were gone. The porch was covered. There were no marks on the door, no dents, nothing I could point to and say this happened. But I know it did, because ever since then, past few times when I got someone knocking on my door, especially late at night, I don't even get up from the couch or make a peep. I just sit there and wait for them to leave.
This happened on Black Friday in 2008. At the time, I was a few years out of college and was working my first real job. I finally had a little bit of money in my bank account, and I was excited to go Black Friday shopping. In particular, I wanted to...
Hey, do any of y'all parents or y'all-self do Black Friday shopping? Do any of y'all do that? Any of y'all do Black Friday? You do Cyber Monday? Okay. Any of y'all do Black Friday? No. Okay.
Best Buy, which was the best place to get electronics back then. They were having a really big sale. It was like pretty much everything was on sale and had a big discount. I had gone Black Friday shopping in the past and always enjoyed it, but on this year I took it more serious. Most of my electronics were really old, and I had them since college or even high school. Some of my stuff was even from the 90s, so I was planning to get a ton of new things. A TV, new laptop, maybe an iPod, which were a newer thing back then. My best friend Riley, who I had known since we were kids, was kind of in the same situation as me. Riley had recently got a new apartment as well, so we were going to go shopping together. We planned to actually camp outside of Best Buy to try to be one of the first people for the sale. I had remembered years previous that people had done this, and I always thought that they were crazy, but now it seemed like it might be fun. On Thanksgiving night, I met up with Riley and we headed to the Best Buy. I believe that they opened at 5 a.m. the next morning, so it wouldn't be too long of a night. But it was fairly cold out with it being late November. We bundled up and I brought a tent and sleeping bags as well. When we got to the Best Buy, there were a few people already there. I saw a few other tents and people sitting in chairs they had brought and stuff. One guy brought a TV and a portable generator or something, and several people were watching it. Riley and I were maybe the 30th people or so to get there, and people continued to arrive after us. We got in line and it was maybe 7 p.m., so we had about 10 hours to go.
10 hours?
Quickly, the line got longer behind us. There was a fence divider on the sidewalk out front of the store, so the line was pretty organized. For the first few hours, Riley and I talked with each other, as well as some of the people around us. We got to know them a little bit, and talked about the things that we were excited to buy. Most of the people seemed pretty nice. By about 10 p.m., we were getting cold and tired. We decided to try to get some sleep, so we got inside the tent and in our sleeping bags. Some other people nearby went in their tents as well, and things got pretty quiet. Surprisingly, I fell asleep pretty quick. I'd been worried that I wouldn't be able to get any sleep at all. However, at some point in the night, I was awoken. At first, I was a little dazed and confused, but I quickly remembered where I was and why I was in a tent. Then I heard the sound of the tent being unzipped. I did not know why this was happening. I looked over and Riley was still in the tent and was sleeping. Then I saw right in front of me the tent start to open. This creepy guy started looking in. He was looking right at me and had a gross-looking beard and messy hair. It really freaked me out. He stopped and then was just staring at me. After a few seconds, I was finally able to speak. I asked him who he was. He said nothing, but just kept staring at me. It was really weird. I sat up and the guy quickly closed the tent and moved away. I was glad that he was gone. I reached over and opened the tent and looked outside. I couldn't see him anywhere. He must have walked away. So I closed the tent and then tried to fall back asleep. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. We had our alarm set for 4, which was an hour before the store opened. I thought that maybe the guy was trying to cut the line, because we had seen the people around us and he wasn't one of them. I had no idea where he had come from. I was somehow able to fall back asleep, and then woke up at 4 to our alarm. Riley and I both got up, packed up the tent, and then waited the final hour. It was crazy to leave the tent and now see more people around. And in the final hour, a bunch more cars entered the parking lot, and the line got even longer. There was now a huge crowd outside. I talked to Riley about the guy in the tent. We both just laughed it off, even though I had been really creeped out in the moment, and I was still kind of creeped out thinking back to it. I looked around and didn't see the guy anywhere. I knew that I would remember that face. I couldn't get it out of my head. It was so creepy. At last, the store opened. Everybody rushed inside, but it wasn't that crazy. Things were pretty civilized. There was no pushing or shoving or anything, at least not that I saw. Riley and I quickly made our way to the items that we wanted. Before we knew it, the store became extremely busy. Between employees, security people, and mostly customers, it was packed. We walked around getting the things that we wanted. After being inside the store for maybe 20 minutes, I saw him. The same guy who I had seen at the tent. He was kind of far away, but I knew that it was him. I pointed him out to Riley, and we talked about what happened again. The man was near the front of the store, and he didn't really seem to be looking at anything. He was just kind of standing there and looking around. Then he looked over, and we made eye contact with him. I quickly looked away, and Riley and I moved. We shopped around a little bit more, and we both got pretty much everything that we wanted to, and then some. Then we went to the front of the store and checked out. When we were waiting in line to check out, I looked for the man again, but did not see him. I was glad that I didn't see him anymore. He very well could have still been there because the store was still packed, but I didn't see him, and so I didn't really care. After we checked out, we left, and then we actually went to Target and Walmart for fun.
Okay.
Those stores were both really busy, and I don't really remember if we got anything or not, but I just remember that we went there. We then went to a local mall for a little while before going home. I dropped Riley off, and then I went back to my apartment. I was tired from getting only a few hours of sleep in a tent, and I took a nice nap. Then I got up and started setting up some of my electronics. Now, that night I was up in my apartment just relaxing. I was watching my new TV and setting up my new computer. Obviously it was Friday, so I had no work the following day. Plus I had taken a nap, so I was up late. At a little after midnight, I remember that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye from the window.
Talk to me, Jordan.
My apartment was on the second floor of the building. I remember that it looked out to the parking lot. At this time of night, it would be very quiet. However, I had seen someone walking. For whatever reason, I noticed. I looked over, and there he was again, that same guy. The man who had opened our tent, and the man who I had seen in Best Buy. He was just standing in the parking lot and staring up at me. It sent a chill down my spine. I instantly got up and closed all the blinds and covered all the windows. I was so creeped out that I was too scared to look out of them again. I had lived in that apartment for multiple years and had never seen the guy. I didn't think that he lived there. After a while, I looked again. He was gone. The guy was nowhere in sight, and I was afraid that he might be in the building. My doors were locked, but luckily nothing else happened. I never saw him again after that or anything. I still don't know how or why he went to my apartment. It was the craziest thing. I will never forget that creepy man's stare.
That's crazy, bro. Alright, we got one more.
I run a pod.
I look at you use the bathroom. I ain't gonna lie. I look at you use the bathroom. Give me a minute, bro. I'll be right back. Y'all gotta use the bathroom. Oh, my leg. Gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Push my camera.
My story takes place 19 years ago. I'm female and I was 16 at the time. I'm probably 5'7", about 130 pounds. And I like to think that I'm strong, but I couldn't take on two young men. So it begins with my mom and stepfather going away on vacation and leaving my 17-year-old sister and me home alone. They did this often. My parents were not winning any parenting awards. My sister and I didn't get along either. She was a nasty piece of work. Luckily, she decided to go stay at a friend's house while my parents were away. I was kind of nervous about being alone, so I had my boyfriend staying with me. He was a pugnacious jerk, but I'm glad he was there. One night, Brett and I were at my house and we had just started messing around when I heard a really loud knock at the door. My room was in the basement, but at the landing area between the stairs. You know how some staircases are broken up and there's a turnaround area? That's the landing. There was a window which through I could see the stairs that led up to the alcove of our front porch. I could see two people standing there, and just as I was peeking out to see them better, one of them saw me. I remember feeling the breath sucked out of my chest. There were two young men sitting on the porch. It was almost midnight and I had no idea who the heck they were. The guy that saw me let his friend know, and they both looked in the window and asked me to come to the door. My boyfriend had gone upstairs to open the door, and I remember freaking out because I had told him not to. He was one of those guys that thought he was Mr. Tough Guy and believed he could fight anybody. He was telling the guys to leave just as I joined him at the door. They saw me and called me by name, and asked for me to let them in. Brett told him to screw off. One guy, I think, said his name was Wes or Les, something like that, said, "Come outside, just want to talk to you," to my boyfriend. I said, "No thanks, we're going to bed," and shut the door. I was really confused and getting very scared. They stood on my doorstep for a few minutes, then started knocking again. Wes, or Les, explained to me through the door that he was my sister's friend and that she had told him I was alone at the time and that they should come by. I knew my sister and I believed them. That did not, however, make me stupid. I told them to leave. They started kicking the door. I was shaking and I seriously feared that it would not hold up. I was so scared that I ran to my kitchen and called the police. I was assured that they would be there very soon and told to lock the doors and stay on the phone. Meanwhile, Brett was still yelling at them, which only served to piss these guys off more. I asked him to shut up, but he wouldn't listen. I was locking all the doors and windows upstairs while Brett went down to check the doors. Down in the basement, there was a huge mudroom area, and it had a thick wooden door made of 2x4 planks, kind of like a barn door. The door had a big old lock on it, some spring-loaded turnbolt, and also had a plank to set across it, like a barricade. One of the guys was pounding on this door, and Brett heard him tell the other guy to try the back door. This stupid door was one of those 1960s things that had a happy little square window right at face level, with a little curtain across it. I was at this door, trying to jam a chair under the flimsy knob, when I looked up and saw the unnamed guy just looking at me. I screamed, and the dispatcher asked me if I was alright. I barely squeaked out that one of the guys was looking right at me through the window. He was older than me, probably about 20, and he was tall. He looked very scary. His dark eyes were drilling into me. He wore this creepy, placid smile on his face. I had never seen this man before, but he knew my name.
It's crazy.
He tapped on the window with one finger, never breaking eye contact, and said, "Becky, let me in." I couldn't breathe. The knob was rattling as he was messing with it. He said again, "Let me in, Becky. I just want to see if you're okay and I just want to talk." He stared at me. I didn't say anything. I was just 3 feet from him with my back pressed to the fridge when he suddenly started beating on the door and screamed, "Let me the F in this house. If I have to break in, I will kill you both, so just open the door." He looked absolutely maniacal. Then there was a loud knock at the front door and the man went silent. He gave me the most hateful sneer I'd ever seen. I heard shouting and he ran down the back stairs and into the woods along the back of my yard. Brett had gone to the door. It was the cops. There were 2 female officers at the front door and one was just starting to raise her voice, asking where I was when I came to the door too. I was so relieved I started crying. I told them they had run away through the woods. Luckily, the woods were not deep. They actually ran along the bank of the large river and there was a bridge just up from where the woods met the road. One officer ran around the back while one stayed to get a description and take my statement. Officer number 1 came back and spoke to officer number 2, saying she saw them running across the bridge. They both left in a hurry, hopped in the cruiser and sped off. I was still crying and shaking, but I was absolutely furious at Brett for riling them up. I went to make myself some tea, thinking of all the things I could kill my sister with when she got home. I had so much anger, fear, and adrenaline pumping through me, I could have ripped her to shreds at that moment. 20 minutes later, the cruiser came back. There were 2 guys sitting in the back seat, and the officers wanted me to confirm it was the right guys. I looked through the window and saw them. They still looked terrifying to me. They were in cuffs and could not get to me, but I would not get close to them. Neither would look at me. I confirmed it was them and we spoke a bit. I told the cops about my sister, suggesting that these 2 men should come see me. Officer number 2 kind of mumbled. What an absolute bitch. I had to agree. I pressed charges for attempted forcible entry, property damage. They had broken a window in the living room, trespassing, disorderly conduct, and attempted assault. Initially, they both pleaded not guilty, but later admitted to some of the charges. They both got 18 months in jail and were forbidden to contact me or my boyfriend ever again, and to be at least 500 meters from me at all times. I have never heard from them again. I confronted my sister about it, and of course she denied it, then laughed about it. Laughed at me. She was an awful person. I have no idea what their true intentions were, as they maintained that they were just there to talk to me. I'm thankful I didn't have to find out. I've been doing this for about 8 months, and I want to be clear that I'm not stupid about it. I know the risks. I've read every safety guide, watched every video, and taken every precaution there is to take.
Yeah.
Fake name, no face, no location data in any file I upload, separate phone, separate email, separate everything. None of my friends even know. My family doesn't know. I run it completely isolated from my actual life, and I do it from my apartment because I'm a homebody who barely leaves, and it works for me. And it was working fine until it wasn't. His username was something random. Numbers and letters. Nothing memorable. He subscribed about 3 months before everything happened, and for the first month he was completely normal. Tipped well, messaged regularly. Nothing that set off any alarm. I had maybe 40 regulars, and he just became one of them. I responded to his messages in a friendly and professional way. Kept it on the platform and never gave anything real. The messages got more personal gradually enough that I didn't notice the shift happening. Looking back now, I can map it exactly, but in real time, it just felt like a regular getting more comfortable, which they all do eventually. He started messaging every day. Long ones, detailed, the kind that take time to write. He talked about me like he knew me in a specific way. Not the parasocial thing where subscribers convince themselves of a connection, something more grounded than that, more certain. Then one Tuesday, he sent me a message that made me put my phone down and sit there. He described my apartment. Not directly. I know where you live. It was more just a casual comment about how he imagined I decorated. And every single detail he listed was correct. The color of my walls, which I had never shown. The fact that I had plants by the window, which I had never shown. The general layout, which I had also never shown. All of it was wrapped in this breezy tone, like he was just guessing and being playful. Haha, aren't I perceptive? I sat there on my couch and read it like 4 times. I went back through 3 months of messages and started pulling out every detail he dropped that I brushed off as coincidence or lucky observation. There were more than I expected. A reference to the sound of traffic outside my window that matched my street specifically. Comment about my delivery schedule that was accurate. Casual mention of the pharmacy 2 blocks away, like it was a known shared fact between us. I barely leave my apartment. I go out maybe twice a week for quick errands, in and out. I thought about the last 2 weeks and counted the times I'd left and then went back through his messages from that same period and felt the floor drop out from under me. Every time I had left my apartment, he had something in this next message that proved he'd seen me. Not explicitly and never directly, always wrapped in that same playful certainty. A comment about the weather that day, a reference to the color of my jacket. Once a specific detail about the way I'd been walking that he framed as a dream he'd had, just slipped it in there like it was nothing. He had been outside my building multiple times, watching me leave and come back and never saying anything, just following it away and dropping into messages like little gifts he was leaving for me to find. I had never shown my face on my platform, not once, not even partially. He knew what I looked like anyway. I called the police that night and filed a report and gave them everything I had. Screenshots, the timeline, all of it. The officer I spoke to was thorough and took it seriously and explained that without a verified identity, there wasn't much they could act on immediately, but that they'd flag it and follow up. The account was under a fake name with an untraceable payment method. I stopped posting that same night and went completely dark. I didn't log in, didn't check messages, just shut it all down and told myself distance and silence would handle it. That he'd move on. Then without new content and without responses, he'd lose interest and disappear. For 3 weeks, nothing happened, and I started to breathe again.
When I got rear-ended riding my
He definitely watched
It was a Wednesday night, maybe 11, and I was on my couch watching something when I heard footsteps stop outside my door. People stop outside doors in apartment buildings all the time. It's normal. I looked up from my show and listened and didn't hear anything else and went back to watching. Then came the knock. 3 knocks. Not hard. Almost gentle, actually. The kind you do if you were trying to not disturb neighbors. I muted my show and sat there. I wasn't expecting anybody. I never have people over. Nobody comes to my door at 11 on a Wednesday. I went to the people. The man in the hallway is average height and plain looking. Somewhere in his late 20s or early 30s, I guess. I didn't recognize him at all. He was smiling at the door. He's early.
I only got nothing to say, bro. Like, y'all see this, bro? Like, what would y'all do if this was outside y'all door, bro? Like, what would y'all do if y'all look at y'all people and this, like you said, why it look so long? Man, I don't even know, bro. I don't know what's going on, bro. I don't know, bro. Like, what would y'all do if y'all seen this on your people, bro? I don't even know what I'll do, bro.
I guess. I didn't recognize him at all. He was smiling at the door, with that slight performative quality of someone who was aware of being observed. He was holding something against his chest, but I couldn't make out what it was from the peephole angle. I didn't say anything. I just stood there looking at him, and he stood there smiling at the door. Then he leaned in close to the door and said my name. My real name, not my platform name. My actual full name in a conversational tone, like we were old friends and he was just stopping by. He said he wasn't going to be long, that he just wanted to meet me properly, and that he felt like we already knew others.
But look at y'all look at his teeth, bro. His teeth not even yellow. They look gray, bro. Oh my god, bro. That's just disgusting, bro. Yeah, that's just so disgusting, bro. Maybe he's a skinwalker. He probably is a skinwalker.
Well, and it seems so silly to keep pretending otherwise. His voice was completely calm and pleasant the whole time. No aggression in it, which somehow made it worse than aggression would have been. Then he laughed a little and said he just wanted to play. I was already calling the police with my other hand. The dispatcher answered, and I whispered the situation, and she told me to stay on the line and stay away from the door and that somebody was coming. I stood in the middle of my living room with the phone to my ear and watched the shadow of his feet in the gap under the door. He kept talking through the door the whole time, casual and unhurried, like he had nowhere to be. He referenced specific messages he'd sent me, things he said that he apparently been proud of, reciting them back like favorite lines. He talked about the times he'd seen me outside like they were fond memories. The pharmacy, the walk I'd taken around the block on a Sunday evening 2 weeks ago, and at the time I'd stood in my doorway to grab a delivery, and he'd been in the stairwell and I hadn't seen him.
I only got nothing to say, bro. I only got nothing to say. I just paused it. I don't know what's wrong with him.
He'd been in my stairwell. He said my name one more time, softer, and then said he just wished I'd written back. Then the shadow under the door moved, and his footsteps went down the hallway, and I heard the stairwell door open and close. Police arrived about a few minutes later, and they swept the building and the surrounding block and found no one. The stairwell door at the ground level had been propped open with a small rock, done very carefully. Building security footage showed a figure in a hood entering through that door approximately 40 minutes before he knocked on mine. He'd been in the building for 40 minutes before he knocked, standing somewhere in that building in the dark for 40 minutes before he decided it was time. The case is open. They haven't found him. I moved out the following week and I'm staying with my cousin right now while I figure out my next step. I think about him standing in the stairwell the day I grabbed my delivery from the doorway. How close was he? How I stood there for maybe 30 seconds in my doorway looking at my phone, yet he was right there in the dark and I had no clue. I just wanted to play, he said. I hear that in my head a lot still. I don't think I'm going to stop hearing it for a while.
Crazy.
Multiple
A bit emoji is crazy, bro. Oh my goodness, bro.
So my parents got a dog. I want to lead with that because it's important context for why I ended up in this situation. They've been talking about getting one for years. Empty nest stuff, and they finally did it 2 months ago. A 2-year-old rescue named Hank. Some kind of lab mix. A big dopey thing that my mom is completely obsessed with. Which is awesome. Hank seems like a good dog, but the problem is they don't fully trust him alone overnight yet because he's still adjusting and apparently ate an entire couch cushion his second week there. So when they booked a long weekend trip upstate,
But ate Italian couch cushion. Dang. Well, how you even do that? Ate the entire couch cushion.
visit my aunt, they asked me to come stay at the house and watch it. I'm 20, home from school for the summer, with no real reason to say no. Free food, a familiar bed, easy enough, I said. That was my first mistake, probably. I got to my parents' place Friday evening. They left around 6, I think, and for the first couple of hours everything was completely fine. Hank was happy to see me and we watched TV. I made food and he sat with me by my feet the whole time, which my mom warned me he does. Normal dog stuff. I went to bed around midnight with Hank at the foot of the bed and fell asleep fast. I woke up at some point in the night to Hank growling. Not barking, but growling. Low and continuous. The kind of sound that's more vibration than noise. I sat up and he was standing at the bedroom door facing the hallway, completely rigid, every muscle in him locked up. I'd known this dog for 2 months and heard him make approximately 0 serious sounds. He was the least intimidating animal I'd ever encountered. Seeing him like that in the dark was genuinely startling. I listened. The house was quiet. I told him to relax and he didn't. He just kept that low growl going with his eyes fixed on the hallway. I got up and checked the house. Every room, every door, and every window. Everything locked and nothing out of place. I even checked the basement, which I hate doing at any hours at night, but I did it. And nothing. I went back to bed. Hank eventually settled and I fell back asleep. In the morning, I'd mostly forgotten about it. Saturday was fine. Took Hank for a long walk, did nothing, ate my parents' food again, and completely relaxed. I went to bed earlier, maybe at 11 or so, tired from the walk. I woke up at 2 a.m. to Hank gone from the bed. I could hear him somewhere in the house. That same low growl, and I got up and followed it. He was in the kitchen standing in front of the basement door, in the same posture as the night before, with the same locked up stillness. I stood there in the dark kitchen in my socks looking at him. I felt something I hadn't felt the night before, which was that the dog was not going to move from the door. I stood there for a long moment, then I heard something on the other side of it. Just a single soft sound, something shifting, like weight redistributing on the wooden basement stairs. One quiet creak and then nothing. I grabbed the knife on the counter, took out the biggest one, and called 911 from the kitchen while Hank stood guard at the door. I whispered the address and told him I thought somebody was in the basement, and the dispatcher told me to stay on the line and stay away from the basement door, which I was obviously happy to do. 2 officers got there in 4 minutes, and I let them in the front, and one of them took Hank by the collar while the other opened the basement door with his hand on his holster. They found him on the stairs. A man, probably mid-40s, sitting on the 4th step from the bottom in the dark, like he'd been there for a while. Not armed or aggressive, but just sitting there. He looked exhausted more than anything. When the officer asked him what he was doing, he said he used to live here. Saying it like that explained everything. He said he just needed somewhere to sleep, and he knew the back basement window latch had always been broken and figured nobody would notice. The broken window latch my parents have apparently had for years and never fixed. The officer looked at me and I looked at the officer. They ran his name. He had a record, nothing violent, mostly trespassing and vagrancy, and he had indeed owned that house at some point and sold it 12 years ago. Whether that made him feel entitled to come back and sleep in the basement, I genuinely could not tell you. He seemed more sad than dangerous, though. They took him out and I gave my statement in the kitchen while Hank sat on my feet the whole time. Here's the thing that I keep coming back to, though.
Talk to me.
The officer who cleared the basement walked the whole thing before they brought the guy out. He came back upstairs and mentioned that the old couch down there, the one my parents had been meaning to throw out for years, had apparently been slept on recently. Multiple times recently, he said, based on the indentation and some personal items nearby, like a water bottle and stuff like that. My parents have been in that house 9 years. Hank has been there for 2 months. You can draw your own conclusions about how long this had been going on before Hank showed up and started waking people up at 2 a.m. I fixed the window latch myself the next morning, bought the hardware at the store down the road, and watched a video and got it done in about 20 minutes. I didn't mention it to my parents until I got home. My mom cried a little. My dad immediately went and bought a security system. Hank got an extra treat that night. He deserved probably about 100 of them.
Hey y'all, this don't show y'all how important it is to have pets, bro. I don't know what it really is, bro. Cause that dog look, he saved her. Real talk.
I'm 19 and my 2 younger brothers, Damon who is 16 and Kobe who just turned 13, were home alone for the weekend because our parents drove down to our grandma's place in Kentucky for her birthday. We'd been left alone before plenty of time, so nobody was stressed about it. I was the oldest, so I was technically in charge, which basically just meant I got to pick what we ordered for dinner and had to make sure Kobe didn't stay up until 4 in the morning on his Xbox. Pretty standard stuff. Friday night was fine. We ordered wings and watched a movie. Kobe was in bed by midnight, which was later than our parents would have allowed, but I wasn't going to fight him on it. Damon and I stayed up for another hour or so and then called it. Saturday was equally normal right up until around 9 at night. I was in the living room on my phone, and Damon was at the kitchen table doing something on his laptop. And Kobe was in his room gaming when Damon looked up and said there was somebody in the backyard. I went to the kitchen window and looked out. There were 2 of them standing in the yard, out at the fence line, not passing through, standing maybe 30 feet from the back door.
But they wearing a mask? Ain't no way, bro.
Is still facing the house. Both are wearing white masks. Not Halloween store masks, not cheap plastic things. Full white featureless masks that cover their entire faces. The kind with no expression at all. No holes for a mouth, just 2 eye openings. And flat white nothing everywhere else. I stood at that window for probably 5 full seconds just staring, trying to process what I was looking at. Then a third one stepped out of the shadows near the tree line at the back of the yard.
Y'all see that, y'all? 3 shots. Everybody did. Everybody did, bro. I'm not playing.
Stood with the other 2. I pulled Damon away from the window and told him to go get Kobe right now and bring him downstairs and to move fast but not run. He looked at my face and didn't ask questions and went.
I once had...
Everybody getting shot, bro. I'm not playing.
I checked the back door. It was locked. Checked the sliding door off the dining room. Also locked. Went to the front and checked that. All good. All the downstairs windows I could reach, I checked one by one while Damon got Kobe and brought him down. Kobe came into the living room still holding his controller and started to ask what was happening, and I cut him off and told him to sit on the couch and stay away from the windows. I looked out the front window. One of them was now standing in the front yard. I hadn't heard a gate open or close. Also hadn't heard footsteps around the side of the house. One of the 3 from the back was just in the front yard now. Same posture. Facing the house with that flat white face tilted slightly upward toward the window I was looking through. I stepped back and called my dad. It went straight to voicemail. I called my mom and same. I left a message that was probably not very coherent and then called the cops and actually got through. The dispatcher asked me if anyone had tried to enter the house and I said, not yet, and she said to stay inside and away from windows and that officers were being sent. Kobe was asking questions nonstop and Damon was trying to keep it quiet. I was moving from window to window trying to check where they were without getting close enough to be seen. 2 were still in the backyard, 1 in the front. That was 3 counted for. Then something knocked on the front door. 4 slow knocks with a pause between each one. Kind of even sounding, impatient. Like whoever was doing it had all night and knew it. Kobe grabbed my arm. I told him quietly that we were not going to answer it and that the police were coming. More knocks. Then nothing for a while. I checked the front window again from an angle where I couldn't be seen straight on. The one who had been in the front yard was gone. I did not find that reassuring one bit. I went back to checking every window I could without getting close. The 2 in the backyard had moved closer to the house, maybe 20 feet or so. Still not moving toward the door, but closer than before. Just standing there in the dark with those white masks, picking up a little bit of the light coming from the kitchen. Something scraped along the side of the house. A slow dragging sound from the back toward the front along the exterior wall. Like something being dragged across the siding at waist height. Kobe made a sound, and I put my hand on his shoulder and kept him from saying anything. The scraping stopped at the front corner of the house, and then nothing again. I called my dad again. This time he picked up, and I talked fast and low and told him what was happening. He told me he was calling the police himself and to lock ourselves in an upstairs room and not to open any door for any reason. I told him I'd already called and they were coming. We went upstairs. I put Kobe and Damon in my parents' room, which had a solid door and lock, and I told him to push the dresser in front of it, which Damon did while I stood in the hallway watching the staircase. Then every light in the house went out. Somebody had cut the power. I got into the room and helped Damon finish moving the dresser, and we sat in the dark on the floor, all three of us against the far wall, and just listened. The house was quiet. No white noise. Just the three of us breathing in whatever was outside. We heard the front door open. Just opening. The specific sound of it, the slight creak it always made on the hinges, opening like somebody had a key or the lock had given up entirely. Then we heard footsteps on the hardwood downstairs. Definitely more than one person. Kobe was shaking my arm, because he was shaking so hard, and I held on to him and kept my mouth next to his ear and told him in the quietest voice I've ever used that the police were almost here, and to stay completely quiet no matter what. The footsteps moved through the downstairs into the kitchen, back through the living room, stopping at the bottom of the stairs. One set of footsteps started coming up. I could hear them on each step. That same slow pace, not rushing, just climbing, reaching the top, moving down the hall. They stopped outside the bedroom door. Not for a long time. Then the handle moved, hit the lock and released. Then a soft knock. I had 911 still open on my phone, and I typed in the notes app and held it up for Damon to see. They were inside, upstairs hallway. He nodded. The person on the other side of the door stood there for quite a while. I could see the shadow of their feet in the gap under the door, just standing there, not speaking and not trying the handle.
I ain't gonna lie, these masters are these masters are creepy. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Right, this mask something up. My bad, y'all. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, the mask got me so unserious, but I can't take the mask serious, bro.
Standing there on the other side of the dresser and the locked door and whatever distance was left between us. The red and blue light started coming through the bedroom window from outside. The feet in the gap under the door disappeared, passed back down the hall, down the stairs, and then the sounds of the front door. I waited until I heard officers announcing themselves downstairs before I moved the dresser. They found the front door wide open. The power had been cut at the breaker box on the side of the house, accessed from outside. They searched the yard and the surrounding streets but found nothing at all. No masks and no people. Nothing left behind. We stayed at a neighbor's house that night while officers finished going through the property. My parents drove back from Kentucky and got there around 4 in the morning. Nobody was ever identified. Nobody ever figured out who they were or why they picked our house or what they really wanted. The officers said it was likely a group of teenagers pulling an elaborate prank, and I've tried to believe that because it's the most comfortable explanation. But teenagers doing a prank don't cut your power and they don't break inside. They don't stand in the dark on the other side of a locked door for 5 minutes without making a sound. Whoever they were organized and they were patient. And they knew exactly what they were doing every step of the way. I think about Kobe the most because he was 13 and he sat in that dark room shaking and didn't make a sound the whole time because I asked him not to. He still doesn't talk about it, not even with me and Damon. I don't push it. Some things you just have to carry.
Damn, bro. Man, they got so many, man. Let's see. Okay, I'll watch this one.
You got.
But what is that? What kind of? But I ain't want to see that, bro. Boy, the way, boy. A few years ago.
It happened in my bedroom at the age of 10. I always had trouble sleeping and spent most nights tossing and turning. I was a horror film fanatic as a child, and being scared was something I didn't have much experience with. I was not afraid of the dark, nor was I easily swayed by strange sounds or odd encounters. I did, however, know when to haul ass out of a situation or to find a trusted adult. I always slept with my closet doors open, which will come to be of some significance later in the story. I should also mention that my family home was in a heavily wooded area, in what some may refer to as the middle of nowhere. One night, around 1 a.m., I awoke to a sound coming from underneath my bed. It sounded like one of my cats was scratching themselves with one of their feet or doing something to cause a thumping beneath me. I had heard this same sounds many times before, and its source had always been one of my fuzzy friends. So this time, I didn't look. Closed my eyes and tried to resume my slumber. I turned over onto my left side, which left me facing the wall against which my bed was pressed up. I heard the sound again, and thinking that my kitty was directly beneath me, I said, "Good night." I was able to fall asleep once again. The next time I awoke, it was to a surreal and shocking scene. The sheet and comforter of my bed were no longer covering me.
Whoa!
I saw a man standing over my bed, poking me. Literally poking me with his finger. And the way in which he did so was truly horrifying.
Man, what the? Hold on, bro.
It was not the way that a child would poke a friend in.
Man, ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't boy, no. Boy, but what was y'all even doing in this situation, class? Like, what was y'all even doing in this situation, bro? You wake up, you thinking it's your cat making noise. That's what I'm saying. People just be doing stuff, bro. Like, what was y'all do? Y'all wake up, you hear something, you think it's your cat. You close, you go to sleep. You wake up again, all the cover is off of you, and a grown man just poking you, bro. Like, what? Oh, what? Like, yo, like, I don't know, man.
It was as if he was touching another human being for the first time, exploring the sensation of the tip of his index finger jabbing at flesh. What I saw was so unbelievable and so impossibly strange that I believed I was dreaming. I tried desperately to awake from my nightmare, to no avail. The poking continued. He poked at my chest, my belly, my legs, and my arms. Paralyzed and scared shitless, I yelled, "Wake up!" And with this, the man threw himself to the floor and closed his eyes, as if he was trying to lead me to believe that he was asleep or dead. I have no idea. It was at this time I realized I could not have been dreaming. I somehow found the ability to move, and I jumped from the top of my bed over the man lying on the floor next to me, and ran towards my parents' room. When I got to their bedroom door, something came over me. I told myself that this was all impossible, that there was no way that a person could have entered our home without breaking in, as we had always kept every door and window locked at night. I had seen many strange things in my home, while either falling asleep or waking up. By the third or fourth time after speaking to my mom or dad about it, I knew that it was my mind playing tricks on me. Plush toys do not have the ability to turn and whisper into each other's ears. Do not ask why, dear listener, as I have no explanation to offer you, but I turned away from my parents' bedroom door and decided to hastily check the house for a break-in. What I found was that nothing was out of the ordinary. No broken windows or locks. No busted doors. I assured myself that I had to have been dreaming or hallucinating it, blaming my obsession with horror for this. I made my way down the long, dark, and narrow hallway to my bedroom. I peeked inside and saw no one. I turned on the light, got down on the floor just outside the doorway, and looked under the bed. Still nothing. I proceeded to check both of my windows for signs of a break-in, which were not present. Both windows were closed and locked. I knew it. I was totally seeing things. I crawled back into bed and decided to watch some TV in order to calm myself down and distract myself from thoughts of the scary as hell dream / hallucination I just had. I turned on the TV, flipped to a channel with a seemingly boring program. This always helped me become sleepy, and put the remote control on my bedside table. I was lying on my right side, facing away from the wall that I mentioned previously. As I lay there, my eyes began to adjust to the dark room with the faint light from the TV screen. Just beyond the TV, I saw something that made my heart sink into the pit of my stomach. inside my closet, with one of the doors now slightly closed, I saw the man standing perfectly still, facing the wall, hiding, waiting for me to fall asleep, I imagine.
This not even scary. This is, I don't know, man. Like, I'm gonna tell my kids, God forbid, this never gonna happen. But if this quote unquote do happen, please come get me and your mother. Get us. I'm gonna get the family dog. I'm gonna get the gun, and we gonna shoot him. What? He ain't took no precaution. He ain't woke his parents up or nothing. He thought it was a dream. Man, no, but you see somebody poking you, man. Even if you a little kid, you still get your parent and let your parent check everything, and they'll be like, it was a dream, go to sleep. Better safe than sorry, man. Come on, man.
Couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I sat and stared at the man in the closet for what seemed like minutes, but was likely only a few seconds. I quietly got out of bed, hoping that the man wouldn't notice and that my dad could catch him hiding in the closet. I once again made my way to my parents' bedroom door, still remaining as quiet as I possibly could, and went inside. I shook my dad and my mom at the same time, and when they awoke, I said, "Shh, don't make any sound. There's somebody in my closet." My parents both jumped up and said, "What?" I repeated myself and asked them to please call 911. My mom immediately picked up the phone. Neither of my parents doubted my claim, as I had always been honest and forthright. They both knew that there was no way I was making this up or that I was mistaken. I'm sure that the look I must have had on my face made it clear that this was really happening. My dad told my mom and I that he was going to look and urged us to stay in their bedroom and lock the door, so we did. At this point, I was beyond scared. I didn't know what the man was capable of, whether he had a weapon or whether my dad was safe. I just stood in the room with my mom and cried. After what felt like hours, my dad knocked on the door and told me it was him and that it was okay to open the door. My mom unlocked the door and let my dad inside. I said something to the effect of, "Did you get him?" And my dad looked at me with the most unsettling and confused look imaginable. He said, "There's no one there." I assured him that there was indeed a man in my room and that he'd been poking me. My dad said that he just checked every inch of the house and found nobody. He'd also checked the doors and window.
You said, wow, what? Man, I don't know, man.
Just as I had done. And it hit me. Must have had a key. As soon as I said this, my parents looked at each other in absolute terror. Our nearest neighbor, a trusted and beloved friend whom we considered family, was in possession of a key to our house, as she had regularly babysat me since I was a toddler. She was the only person outside of my immediate family with a key to our home. Soon after this revelation, the police arrived, took statements, checked around our property, and left. None of us got any sleep that night. The next day, my dad went to my neighbor's house and asked if she knew where her key to our house was. She said yes, and when she went to show him, she saw that it was missing. Her home had no signs of a break-in, and she had always kept her doors and windows locked. My parents had all of the locks on our doors changed and opted to never give a key to anyone, except in the wake of an emergency.
I think that's pretty common sense. Why would you give your neighbors your key to your house? Like, can somebody please explain that to me? Like, why would you give your neighbors the key to your house? They don't even make no sense. You low-key asking for that. You asking for it. Like, what?
I never discovered the identity of the man that lurked in my bedroom that night. The event left me traumatized, and it took a very long time for me to accept what happened and move on. My sleeping trouble turned into full-on insomnia, and for about a decade, I was unable to sleep without a light on. So these incidents started about 6 years ago and went on for a couple of years. I used to be really into the music scene, going to shows and festivals every chance I got. This often meant...
Hey, do y'all like music festivals? Like Rolling Loud, Coachella? That's all I can think about. Do y'all like music festivals? Yeah, they definitely asking for it in these stories. I ain't gonna lie to you. No, Kennedy, you don't like music festivals? Yo, do y'all like music festivals? Yes. No. Nah. Okay. I was just curious.
Random people whose names I would forget 5 seconds later. As a result of being out in Atlanta nightlife so often, I got frequent friend requests on Facebook, and naive younger me blindly accepted them, assuming they were just people I'd met at shows that I was too drunk or distracted to remember. One day, I got a message from somebody named Eddie. His Facebook profile picture was of someone at least a decade older than me, with long straggly hair. He looked harmless enough, just another show-going hippie, I assumed. His message simply asked if I was the girl that danced a half circle around him at the local show last night, and then twirled dreamily away, or something along those lines. This was back in 2012, so I don't remember the exact words. I responded that I had no recollection of that, and upon further investigation, saw that he lived in an entirely different state, so it couldn't have been me. He said that I must have a doppelganger out there somewhere, and I left the conversation at that. Over the next few months, I'd get random notifications that he had messaged me, asking if I'd be at various shows across the southeast. I mostly ignored the messages, but would very occasionally respond, shortly expressing interest in a band he had mentioned, just trying to be polite. Why younger me felt the need to be polite to everyone is beyond me. I have since learned that it's okay to not respond to persistent internet strangers. The messages became more and more frequent, so I just started to leave them unread. Again, why I didn't block him is beyond me. I guess I thought he was just harmless and lonely. Fast forward about a year. It's the summer of 2013, if two of my best friends and I were caravanning to Wakarusa, a music festival that took place in Ozark, Arkansas. It was about a 13-hour drive from Atlanta, but totally worth it. We went every year.
13-hour drive? Man. Hey, would y'all drive somewhere for 13 hours? I feel like 13 hours is crazy. No, yes. I don't know. That's
An important note here is that this wasn't some small intimate festival. It hosted upwards of 40,000 people, and it was often hard to keep track of my friends, let alone find people I knew who came separately. So my friends and I are on a blanket in the middle of a huge crowd, watching widespread panic. It's nighttime, so the only lights are coming from the stage / random LED toys or glow sticks or whatever. Out of nowhere, someone beelines for our blanket, makes himself at home next to me without permission, and strikes up a conversation. My group of friends is generally warm and accepting, and it wasn't unusual to make random friends at a big hippie fest like this, so thought nothing of it at first. Probably just someone high on ecstasy and looking for company. It wasn't until he started referencing me in my Facebook personally that the alarm bells started going off. This was Eddie. I had honestly completely forgotten about him and his persistent messages, and in the darkness, there was no way I would have recognized him. He was talking like I was an old friend and tried to follow us around all night. Once I subtly alerted the others about who he was, we made every excuse in the book to try and leave, go back to our campsite and call it a night. He was painfully insistent on following us back there and continuing to hang out. Obviously, I didn't want him to know where I slept, so I tried to appease him by saying I was exhausted, but that we could try to meet up tomorrow. Again, dumb, I know. I was just doing anything I could to get him away in the moment and had no intention of actually following through. He finally left us alone, and we walked a long roundabout way to our campsite, just in case he had watched her try to follow at a distance. The next day, I made an avid point to avoid the area where we ran into Eddie / discussed meeting up. The festival venue was huge, so I figured there was no way he'd find me again. I was beside a small stage in the back corner of the venue, hooping in the woods with my friends, when I noticed him out of the corner of my eye. He was standing beside a tree alone, watching me with a weird smile. It reminded me of a proud dad watching his young daughter play, but with way creepier and more sinister overtones. Still, he hadn't done or said anything explicitly creepy or threatening, but his presence was so unsettling that I grabbed my friends and we pretended that we had forgotten about a set that was starting, so we ran out of the wooded stage area. I remember hoping he didn't notice I had seen him. The festival ended the next day, and I was relieved to not see him again. Fast forward about another year. At this point, I barely used Facebook and had all but forgotten about Eddie. My friend that I went to the festival with was visiting from out of town that night, and we were going to get some drinks. He got to my house, and we were catching up, and the subject of the festival came up. We started talking about Eddie and how weird that whole situation was, but at this point, it was less creepy and more of just a strange memory. I told him Eddie used to message me all the time, but I had stopped opening them years ago. Naturally, my friend wanted to look through the messages, so I obliged. I began to scroll through the messages, and I realized just how dire of a mistake it may have been not to block him. He had started by asking me what shows I was going to go to, what part of Atlanta I lived in, etc. Not taking the hint that I clearly had no interest in responding at that point. Then, as the months went by, he was sending me links to tickets he had bought for me to shows in Atlanta, and then links to tickets he had bought for us to go together. There was one message asking where he could pick me up for a show that was 2 hours away in Athens, and saying that he couldn't wait to see me again.
That's crazy.
The messages continued to go on and on, but at this point, I was so creeped out, I immediately blocked him, finally, and closed the computer wide-eyed. What the actual heck? He sounded like he was carrying out an entire relationship with me without my consent. He never acknowledged the fact that I literally hadn't responded to or even seen a message from him in over a year.
That boy weird as all
Shaken
the way,
up,
bro.
we decided to just go get a drink and stop thinking about this weirdo. We get to Edgewood, a popular bar district in my city, and walk to our favorite small bar to get a drink. As soon as we walk into the bar, my heart sinks to the pit of my stomach. To this day, this was the creepiest / most coincidental moment that has ever happened. I see Eddie sitting at the far end of the bar. His face lights up as soon as I walk in, and he motions me over. He says something along the lines of, "I can't believe it's you," and starts firing off questions about me, my life, what I've been up to, and all that. At this point, the darkest feeling washes over me. I just feel unsafe and exposed. Like, why is he here? He doesn't even live in Georgia. I quickly tell him I have to use the bathroom, but then I'll be back to the bar for a drink. I grab my friend, equally in shock, and we speed walk around the corner to the bathrooms and then past them. I'll forever be grateful that the door to the patio area was just past the bathroom, so got a head start. We get outside, hop the fence, and start running to my car. I glance behind us, and Eddie somehow figured out in those 15 seconds that we left, even though you can't see the bathrooms from where he was sitting, he is walking rapidly across the sidewalk in our direction, eyes on me. We book it to my car and get the heck out of there. Leave Edgewood as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
Shaken, I drive us around for about an hour before eventually going home to make sure we weren't being followed. As inconclusive as the whole thing was, that was the last time I ever saw Eddie, and I often wonder if this was just a strange string of coincidences, or it was more sinister. After all, he didn't even live in Georgia. Why was he at one of my favorite bars alone, the night I happened to go through all of his old messages? Had he somehow gotten a hold of my location via Facebook? I made sure all my location services were off when I checked my phone, so to this day I have no idea how he ended up there or what his intentions were.
That's kind of scary, I ain't gonna lie. Make sure y'all blocking people.
I've always wanted to share this, but I could never find the right place. For reference, at the time this all began, I was 14 and a freshman in high school, back in 2008/2009, so not recent at all. It all began during the first couple of weeks of school. I went to this school district all my life and never had any real issues since I had no enemies and only friends. So anyway, it all began one Friday afternoon after school. I was hanging out with friends outside of the school until my mom came to pick me up, when I decided to go upstairs to my locker and put a textbook away that I was originally going to bring home for the weekend. When I got up to my locker, there was a note taped onto it. My name was written on it with a heart around it, and I read it. It was a love letter signed, "Your secret admirer." Thinking it was a friend playing a prank, I laughed it off and tossed it in the trash. When I confronted them downstairs, they denied that they put a note on my locker and insisted that it was probably from a boy. I didn't know what to think, but I did think of a few cute guys I went to school with and hoped it was from one of them. But I sighed and thought it could have been anyone, and most likely none of them. 2 months go by. During this time, we had school picture day, and my mom had ordered some, which were eventually given to us during one of our classes. I kept them in my locker so I wouldn't lose them. It was a Friday, and I was going to stay after school with friends again and hang around until the school football game was over later in the evening. I waited until about 2 hours after school ended or so to grab my belongings out of my locker, including the photos. I put them in my backpack and headed on outside and hung out around the football field with my friends until people started showing up for the game, after which we walked around or sat in the grass and talked the rest of the evening. When I got home that night, I gave my mom the photos, and she noticed that one of the wallet-sized photos had been cut off from the rest. I never bothered to look at all of them, and so I wasn't aware of this. I told her I didn't cut one off, but she didn't believe me. I didn't know what to think of it. A few weeks go by, and I all but forgot about the missing photo. I found another note taped to my locker, and this time, one of my school photos was in it, with a heart drawn around my head. A wallet-sized photo. The note made mention of
See,
how
the
beautiful I
Mario's
looked during the
crazy.
game, sitting with my friends in the grass, talking and laughing. This made me feel weird. Whoever's doing this had stolen one of my photos either out of my locker during school, which means they have my lock combination, on that Friday or while I left my backpack unattended during the football game. Once again, it was probably one of my friends playing a prank on me, and I didn't say anything about it. It had been several months since that last note. Things took a rather stressful turn the following week. I was at home after school one day, alone, while my mom was working a double shift when somebody came knocking on my front door. Thinking it was a pesky neighbor, I took my sweet time to answer it and opened the door to find nobody there. I looked around and saw nothing but other mobile homes and neighbors' cars. I shut the door and resumed what I was doing. I heard the knocking again about 10 minutes later. I took my time to answer it and found Mike, one of our only friendly male neighbors,
Mike. Okay, Mike.
there with his Boston Terrier on a leash. He asked me if I had somebody over, which I didn't. He then told me that he saw somebody snooping around my home a few minutes ago. I felt uncomfortable and said I didn't have anyone over and asked who it was, and he said he didn't recognize him. I thanked him and locked all of my doors and windows after he left. The next month was full of incidents where our motion sensor backlight would come on in the evening and was capped off by my mom calling the police after she found a dead rabbit nailed to our back porch.
dead
in a rather
rabbit? What? Ain't no way, bro. A dead rabbit? Yo, that's not even cool, bro. Yo, that's not even cool, yo.
Fashion. At the time, I never would have imagined that the notes, the snooping around, and now the dead rabbit were the work of somebody who had been stalking me in the shadows for the last several months, but it all came to fruition the following day at school. I found the final note taped to my locker. There was a big bulge in it, and when I took it apart, the foot of a rabbit fell onto the floor in front of me. I shrieked in terror as a teacher came running up to me, and I pointed out the rabbit's foot. He picked it up and asked me where it came from. Showed him the note, and we immediately went to the office and showed the vice principal what we found. Later in the day, I was called into the office and found my mom there with the principal and vice principal. It was there that I had to recount the events over the last couple of months for the first time to anyone and give the names of students that I think may have been responsible based on any suspicious interactions I had through social media or in school, but I never had anyone that seemed off me. They told me that if anything were to happen again, to let them know, and they'll get the police involved if my life appears to be in danger. Mom had already contacted the state trooper who visited our home the previous night about the rabbit's foot being found in my locker at school and how a student may have been involved in it. From that day onward, nothing else major happened.
It's good,
However, about halfway through my junior year, I got another love letter. This time, instead of it being written out by hand, it was typed out and signed, "Your secret admirer from freshman year." I had all but forgotten about what had happened during my freshman year. I kept this note and gave it to the principal, who kept it as evidence in case things escalated again, but they never did. Luckily, nothing else ever happened afterwards. At least nothing that was obvious.
Yo, these stories are low-key, I don't know, bro. Why are you driving so fast,
I had
bro?
a really creepy experience a few years back when I took a road trip. I was traveling to visit my girlfriend, who at the time was in school far away. She had just 3 months left until she would move back home, but I had some time off work, so I decided to make the drive. I did not fly so that I would save money, and even though it was a long drive, I didn't mind too much because I like road trips. So the plan was for me to drive all day, stay in a cheap hotel the first night, and then arrive at her school the next evening. On the first day of driving, I started after I got off work at about 2 p.m.
Okay.
I drove all the way until about midnight, and then I was too tired to go much farther, and I knew I needed...
Dang, boy, 10 hours? Well, how far she stayed? But she stayed in Amsterdam? Boy, I don't know, boy. Hey, boy. I don't know, twin.
Stop and get some rest. I was kind of in the middle of nowhere at that point though, so I just looked for any kind of a city or town. I took a random exit that had some signs for food. Well, the only food there was McDonald's and a Taco Bell down the road. There was also a gas station, but the only hotel was actually this cheap and run-down looking motel that was about a mile farther down the road from anything else.
Boy, you tripping. I'm not saying no motel, y'all. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not staying no motel.
Surrounding it was nothing but the parking lot and then basically woods off in the distance. There was nowhere else to stay, and this seemed fine to me because of the fact that I wanted to stay at a cheap place anyways. So I drove into the motel parking lot, which was almost completely empty. It looked rough, like I said, but it wasn't completely awful. It seemed like it would be good enough for the night. After parking my car, I walked to the office, which was at the far end of the building. There was a man working, and I got a room for the night, which was very cheap. I felt good about how much money I was saving, and I convinced myself that the place would be fine. When I got into my room, it seemed like a standard motel. The room opened straight out to the sidewalk in front of the parking lot. Then inside the room was a bed, an old TV, and a bathroom. It wasn't that nice, but it didn't seem crazy dirty or anything. So I relaxed in there for a little while until I turned out the lights to go to bed. It was not more than a minute after I had laid down to go to sleep, though, that I heard a knock on the door of the motel room. This gave me a bad feeling right away based on the hour of night that it was and the fact that I was at a sketchy motel. I ignored it at first, but whoever was there knocked again. So finally, I got up out of bed and crept over to the window. There, I carefully moved the shades which had been covering the windows entirely. I looked, and there was a sketchy-looking man standing there outside the door.
Oh, no.
I couldn't see him that well, but he had longer hair and was wearing a sweatshirt and dark pants. He had a bit of a beard as well, but had an overall dirty appearance. I had never seen him before. He knocked once more, and I moved away. I hoped that he would go away, but he remained there. Finally, I heard him start to leave. I heard him walking off, and I looked out the window and saw him walking away down the sidewalk, and he quickly went out of my sight. He had been at the door for a total of probably 2 minutes. After he was gone, I was really not that tired anymore. My heart was racing. I turned on the TV to try to settle down and be able to go to sleep. For the next 30 minutes or so, I flipped around the channels and was just starting to relax again. Then, as I was still watching the TV, I heard another knock on the door. I was sure that the man was back. I went to the window and looked out of it again. This time, there was a different man there. This guy was wearing all black, had a hooded coat with the hood up, and I could barely see his face. Another sketchy-looking dude. I was definitely not going to answer the door for him either. He knocked again, and I ignored it. Then, this guy actually tried opening the door, which was locked. That really creeped me out, but after not successfully getting into my room, he walked away. I was so confused. 2 sketchy guys trying to get into my room. What did they want? I was certainly not going to be able to fall asleep now. I went back to watching TV, just trying to take my mind off of it. For the next 30 minutes or so, nothing happened. Then there was another knocking on the door. I looked, and it appeared as though the first guy was back. He knocked on the door louder than before. I watched him through the window, and he was standing there similar to earlier. The strange thing is that all my lights were still off, and had never been on when the guys were there. The TV was on, but it wasn't providing that much light or sound. Why did these guys think that somebody was here? The guy stayed at my door for longer this time. He knocked again, and I was really creeped out. Finally, then, he left. I stayed up watching TV for over an hour. In that time, nobody came back, and then I was finally able to fall asleep. I'm not even sure how many hours of sleep I got that night, but thankfully, nobody returned. I left the next morning and drove all the way to my girlfriend's college. Looking back, that's something that I still think about from time to time. I never figured out who those guys were or what they wanted.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I can't even tell you what's going on, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. That's kind of insane, though. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. Trying to see what else. Trying to find something for us to watch, y'all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, these stories kind of bad. I'm trying to find some good ones, bro. Alright, they got one. This from 9 minutes, y'all. I'm gonna look at this one.
Experience.
It's only 9 minutes though, but I'm gonna see if it's good or not.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm writing this email because something really strange happened to me. I live in India, and this happened about 2 years ago when I was 16.
You say you stay where? India?
To me. I live in India, and this
okay.
happened about 2 years ago when I was 16. I live with my parents and 2 older brothers. In our neighborhood, there are only about 10 houses built in the same style, 2-story houses. My parents and I sleep on the first floor, and my brothers sleep on the second. So it was just like any other morning. I woke up and my mom and older brother, Ali, were talking in another room. They were loud, but I didn't really pay attention. I was brushing my teeth and getting ready for school when my brother came into my room and jokingly said,
"Want to see a ghost? Come here."
I was so confused and a little creeped out. He walked to my parents' room and pointed to the window.
Look.
There was a huge road in front of our house, and I saw a man standing in the middle of it, wearing a shawl. It was winter, and the fog was thick outside, making it hard to see. He was looking to the left, where there were bushes and dense trees. It looked like a small forest. My mom was terrified, having never seen him in our neighborhood, but I thought he was waiting for someone. We watched him for about 10 minutes, and what really gave me the creeps was that he just kept staring at the bushes without moving a muscle. Then we shrugged and started getting ready for the day. My older brother Assad used to always take me to college on his scooter, and as we were leaving, I saw the man standing in the middle of the road, still facing the bushes. My brother passed him, and I watched him closely for a few seconds. He was wearing white pajamas and a light brown kurta. His shawl was off-white and covered him from head to knee. I could only see his eyes, and when my eyes met his, a shiver ran through my body. I could only see his eyes, but I could tell he was smiling, and his smile seemed to be a wide grin. I got goosebumps. During the ride to college, I kept wondering, is he smiling at me, or is he smiling at something in the bushes? Once I got there, I quickly forgot about it and focused on my day. I left the university around 3 p.m. and rode home on a 3-wheeler, a vehicle similar to a taxi. I was on my phone the entire ride, and as I neared home, I thought of the man. I looked outside and saw the same man still standing there in the same position. The thought of him standing there for 8 hours in the winter without moving a muscle was mind-boggling. I was horrified. The driver was driving in the opposite direction, so I couldn't see his face, only his back. I wondered if he was still smiling. I went home, ate, and slept. I woke up around 10 p.m., the time my dad usually gets home from work. My mom and I were talking about the day, and I had completely forgotten about the man.
You said maybe his
Then my
stomach
dad
hurt?
arrived and told my mom he had been standing there since morning. I ran to the window, and sure enough, he was there, staring at the bushes, not moving a muscle. Before coming home, my dad went to the man and asked him why he'd been standing there all day, but he didn't say anything. We were all so confused as to why he'd been standing there all day, especially in the winter. After dinner, before bed, my dad told us to lock all the doors and windows. He didn't usually say that, so I figured it was about the man. I locked everything and double-checked to see if he was still there, and to my surprise, he was. We went to bed, and the next morning, I was eating breakfast and watching TV when I suddenly remembered the man. I looked out the window, and he was gone. He hasn't been seen since. We were all horrified by it, but after a few days, we all collectively forgot about it. I asked countless questions like, why was he standing there? Why was he staring at the bushes? Was there something in the bushes? But we never got any answers, and the man standing outside still remains a mystery.
Oh, wow.
It was a normal, cool evening. My mom and I were heading to Kohl's to buy some new clothes for me since I had outgrown my old ones. We walked in, and at first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. At one point, I grew bored of looking at clothes, so I told my mom I was going to explore the store on my own. She nodded and told me to stay close. As I wandered off, I noticed a woman. She was dressed in all black with
So what would y'all do if y'all see this stand at y'all, bro? What y'all doing if y'all see this stand at y'all? Shooting. Man. It could be stalker. Shooting, boy, y'all funny, bro. Y'all gonna shoot her?
hair, and she was staring right at me. Her eyes were wide open. Black eyeliner streaked down her face. Her eyes were so wide it looked unnatural. A wave of fear hit me. I frantically looked around for my mom. When I couldn't find her, panic started to set in. Then I turned back. The woman was even closer, smiling that same unsettling, creepy smile. I was so scared I couldn't even think straight. I didn't have a phone, so there was no way to call my mom for help. Thinking quickly, I darted into the clothing racks, trying to hide. Then a hand grabbed my shoulder. I stifled a scream and spun around. It was my mom. Relief washed over me, even as she scolded me for running off, but her words barely registered. My mind was locked on the woman. The woman could still be out there, watching, waiting. Then, my mom's tone shifted. Her face grew more serious. She asked if I had seen a woman with long black hair and wide eyes. My heart skipped a beat. She had just described the exact woman I'd seen. I told her yes, that I had seen her, and that I was terrified. My mom nodded. She quickly paid for our things, and we left. Nothing happened after that, but the image of her never left me. Her eyes, her wide smile, even now, it still gives me chills.
With Base 44.
It's crazy right there.
My name is Zama, and I'm from South Africa. In August of 2024, something terrifying happened to us. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment in a block of flats with my 9-year-old daughter, Coco. One Sunday at 2:30 a.m., we were fast asleep with all the lights off, as we usually are. Then I suddenly woke up to the sensation of someone reaching for my tablet right beside me. At first, I thought it was my daughter, Coco. She often grabs the tablet when she can't sleep. But then I realized something was very wrong. There was an unknown man in our apartment. I'm a light sleeper, especially where my daughter is concerned. So I screamed as loud as I could and grabbed him. I think my sudden reaction made him freeze for a moment. He already had my iPhone in his hand, the one Coco had been using earlier that evening. We started fighting, and as we struggled, we both fell on top of my daughter, who was still asleep. I was terrified, thinking if he overpowered me, he'd go for her next. I pushed him out of my room and into the living room. I was just trying to get him out. In a panic, I grabbed pots and pans.
I know that's gonna hurt.
Anything I could find.
I know that hurt.
Finally, he backed away, opened the door, and ran out. I was in shock, thinking the door must have been unlocked, but later discovered he had crept in through the bathroom window. We live on the second floor, and I never thought to lock that window. I assumed it was safe.
You gotta lock your
It
windows,
was
man.
skinny enough to step on the balcony rails and squeeze through the burglar guards. Once inside, he unlocked the front door so he could escape quickly if he needed to. Despite my screams, none of my neighbors came to help. They called later to say they'd heard something, but hadn't come down. I was devastated, but at least I managed to cancel my bank cards on Apple Pay before any payments went through. We don't live in that apartment anymore. We're okay, but we're scared of living alone for now. A few days later, we found out there was a group of thieves targeting homes in our area. I was the only person who woke up during the break-in. Others lost much more valuable items. 2 days after our incident, one of the thieves was found dead in the morning. I don't know whether it was the same man who entered our apartment, and honestly, I don't much care. They chose that life.
I don't know which one. Hold on. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We got 4 disturbing, 3 true dead at night. I don't know what's mine. How legend was this one?
Powered for access to a
Hey Wanzi, I've been watching your videos for years, and today I finally decided to share my story with you. My name is Gabriella. I'm from Brazil, but I live in England now, and what I'm about to tell you still traumatizes me to this day. I have an older sister named Ines. She was 22 at the time, and I was 16.
Okay.
She was staying with our aunt in Brazil for her gap year, and I couldn't go because I still had school. So we mostly FaceTimed every day to stay close. But one night, a Friday night, everything changed. I was lying on my bed, just chatting with her on FaceTime, when suddenly she froze. Her eyes were wide, staring at something behind her phone that I couldn't see. I asked her, "What happened?" She whispered that for the past few days, she had seen a man holding an umbrella, just standing perfectly still outside. But she said something that made my heart drop. She said, "He has a shadow, so it can't be a ghost." I laughed at her for being scared. I really thought she was just overreacting. Then she ended the call. A few seconds later, she sent me a video.
Oh, this real.
Later, she sent me a video.
Oh, this real. Oh, I see him. He right here. Dang. Y'all see that? Bro, y'all see that? So listen. Hey, so what would y'all do if y'all talking on the phone, right? And y'all see somebody in y'all window like that? What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Talk to me. What y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do? You said, what can you do? Oh, y'all gonna shoot him, gun out? What can you do? No, you right. I don't know. You just shoot him on. I don't know.
I watched it, and I told myself
crazy.
it was nothing. I tried to brush it off, but I shouldn't have. The next day, I went out with my friends, Benjamin, Sandra, and Darren. We were the type of kids who loved messing around and getting into trouble. That night, we went to the park at 11 p.m., vaping and hanging out, until Sandra pulled out a Ouija board. I was excited.
A Ouija board? Come on, bro. Y'all got to be tripping, bro.
believed in the paranormal, but I didn't realize this night would change that belief forever. I FaceTimed my sister again and showed her the board. Her face instantly turned pale. She started screaming at me not to play with it. I ignored her. I hung up. She kept calling, but I didn't answer. Sandra started the session.
Ew.
She put her fingers on the planchette, the small piece you use on the board, and asked, "Is anyone here?" Nothing happened, so I grabbed the planchette myself and, like an idiot, asked, "Is the man my sister saw in Brazil a ghost or a human?" The moment I said those words, the Ouija board flew out of my hands. Not slipped, not fell. It was yanked with force and thrown onto the ground. We all screamed and ran home. My mom yelled at me for being out so late, but I couldn't even think straight. The next day, things got worse. The lights started switching off while I was in the shower. I heard voices calling my name when no one was home. I woke up with bruises on my knees that I couldn't explain. That's when I told my mom everything, every detail. She didn't ask a single question. She just called a priest. He came to our house, prayed over every room, blessed the house, blessed me. And after that, everything stopped. And I still wear a rosary every day, a cross necklace Christians use for protection. I never take it off, not after what happened. This happened in 2019 when I was working in Tokyo, Japan. I had moved to a place called Setagaya Ward. I loved it because it was a quiet city and it was only a 20-minute train ride to Tokyo. The house was an old 2-story house, but the problem was the neighbor next door. The door was red and rusted, as if no one had lived there for a long time, and the area in front was overgrown with knee-high weeds. The owner of that house must always be walking through those weeds. Every day when I left my house, I looked at the house next door and thought of that. The reason I was certain the house wasn't abandoned was because I had already asked the landlord when I moved in. The landlord told me about the man who lived there, who only slept there once a week or once a month. Other than that, the house was mostly empty, and she wasn't sure why. I felt uneasy, but I just brushed it off. Then one day, exhausted from work, I was walking home when I glanced over at my neighbor's house and saw a dark silhouette standing in the window. The figure was staring at me. I was startled for a moment, but then I turned my head away, pretended not to see him, and went back inside. A moment later, someone knocked on my front door. I asked who was outside, and a man told me in Japanese that he was my neighbor. I was momentarily lost in thought. Honestly, I didn't want to open the door, so for about 5 minutes, I stood in silence, trying to decide what to do. Silence flowed, and I couldn't tell if he was still there or if he had left. And then the silence continued, and I finally assumed he had left, and I felt a little relieved. The next day, as I was leaving for work, my heart nearly stopped, because on the wall next to my front door was written in red, Henry, my name. It looked like it was written in red lipstick. I couldn't figure out how he knew my name. I suddenly remembered my landlord and felt a surge of anger. She was the only person I could imagine would know. I called her and got angry out of the blue. She, in a dumbfounded voice, said she'd never spoken to my neighbor. I thought she was lying, but there was nothing I could do, so I just let it slide. A few days later, the weeds that had once overgrown my neighbor's house were all neatly mowed. And then one day, I finally ran into my neighbor outside. He looked straight at me and shouted something in Japanese, his voice sharp and aggressive. I wasn't very good at it, so I couldn't understand. I just smiled awkwardly and waved at him. But I can't forget his face at that moment. It was filled with utter rage. I couldn't figure out what I had done wrong. I was just panicked and felt sweat drip down my back, but the man's expression was nothing but utter rage. It was a weekend a while later. I usually slept in until noon on weekends, so I was sleeping that day too. Suddenly, a loud noise outside my front door woke me up. At first, I couldn't tell what it was, but when I listened closely, I realized it was a chainsaw. The loud, whirring noise was right in front of my door. Then I heard a loud knock on the door. My heart raced. I had a gut feeling it was him, my neighbor. He stood there with the chainsaw running, revving it again and again. What was he planning? I didn't open the door, but he stood there for a long moment, continuing to rev the chainsaw. I yelled that I was calling the police, but he didn't seem to hear me over the noise of the chainsaw. I was terrified, but after a while, he left. A short time later, the police arrived and spoke with the man, who told them he'd only come to talk to me and that he'd used the chainsaw to cut down a tree in his yard. After that day, I decided to talk to my landlord and move elsewhere. I'll never forget the last time I moved. As I was loading my belongings onto the truck, I saw him standing in his window. He was looking at me with a smile. He was holding something in his hand, a small, rabbit-like animal, limp and dripping fresh blood. I was so shocked that I quickly packed my belongings and left. I never returned. To this day, I still don't know who that man was or what he wanted from me, but one thing is certain. He wasn't just strange, he was dangerous.
Multiple DUIs.
No, that's crazy, bro. Hey, I don't know, man.
It all started with me and my girlfriend arguing on the phone.
Why do you always lie to me, Marcus?
She screamed. She was very mad at me, but our relationship wasn't going anywhere anymore. We argued all the time. She was always busy and could never talk to me, but I was just annoyed with my life, and I always took it out on her. Of course, she didn't deserve it, but she would love to mess with me at the wrong times.
This time, I'll break up with you for real.
Once she said that, I didn't believe her, because this would be the 6th time she had said this.
Fine, leave me. You're just gonna come back anyway,
I said with an attitude. As I sat there and waited for a response, there was nothing but silence. I was confused and just guessed she went on mute, but suddenly she whispered into the speaker.
Someone is here.
My heart dropped. At first, I thought she was joking.
Stop joking, Layla. That's not funny.
All I could hear was shuffling and movement. I didn't know what to do. All I could do was think of the worst. She whispered.
I'm not joking. I'm scared, Marcus. I'm scared.
After she said that, utter fear shocked through my body. I was scared too. I heard her hard breathing and the trembling in her voice.
I hear them coming upstairs.
I didn't know what to do. So many thoughts ran through my head, and all I could think of were the what-ifs. At first, I thought I should call the police, but I didn't want to hang up because what if something happened? I needed to hear. I couldn't use anyone else's phone. I was home alone. Then, I thought to text her mother, but I remembered her mom slept downstairs and the intruder probably already got to her. I had so much adrenaline, but I had to calm myself down so I could listen to what was happening. As I waited, I got impatient and scared, wondering if something was happening. So I texted her so my voice wouldn't get caught. I texted, "What's going on now?" As the text delivered, I heard my message ring from her phone. Her ringer was on. My heart dropped when I heard it. It was loud and vibrated the floor. She heard it as well and gasped. As what happened, I heard her door open. I knew it was too late, and I started to cry. She whispered to me,
I love you forever, Marcus.
Those were her last words. I was muted, of course, but all I could do was start praying, hoping, maybe, just maybe, the intruder wouldn't find her. Unfortunately, he found her, and what I heard that night will haunt me forever. I heard her screaming, yelling at him.
Stop! No, please!
I couldn't bear to hear her. I was so scared. I covered my ears, crying. I'm still not sure what he did to her, but her screams didn't last long. When it ended, I knew she was gone. I unmuted and whispered, Layla, are you there? It It was silent, and after a while, I guess the phone died because the call just disconnected. The police announced my girlfriend and her mother dead on the scene. They took me in for questioning because I was on the phone and heard everything that night. They asked me so many questions, and I told them the whole story. They asked me,
Why didn't you call the police?
My eyes started to water, a hard lump forming in my throat. I told them I was scared and didn't want to hang up. Plus, I didn't know exactly where she lived. They believed me and finally gave in and took me off the suspect list. Good. I smiled. They will never find out what happened. She's been cheating on me for weeks.
What? Huh?
Always lied to me, saying she was going to the store or somewhere else, but she was really going to his house. Little did she know I had her location and knew what was going on. That's why we argued. So, she just had to go. He doesn't deserve her. She's mine, all mine. Now, I'll have her with me forever, thanks to my buddy for handling my dirty work. I wait patiently for time to pass until he takes care of that boy, too. Then justice will be served. That's what she gets for cheating on me.
So he was plotting on this the whole time? What? What?
She's been cheating on me for weeks. She would always lie to me, saying she was going to the store or somewhere else, but she was really going to his house. Little did she know I had her location and knew what was going on. That's why we argued. So, she just had to go. He doesn't deserve her. She's mine, all mine. Now, I'll have her with me forever, thanks to my buddy for handling my dirty work. I wait patiently for time to pass until he takes care of that boy, too. Then justice will be served. That's what she gets for cheating on me.
When I got rear-ended riding my motor.
Hi, I'm Ray. This isn't my own experience, but my friend Mary's, and it still gives me chills. Mary and I are 11th graders at a university known for one thing, the color pink. Our campus practically bleeds pink. Uniforms, banners, even the school merch. It used to be an all-girls school, and that history comes with stories. People say strange things happen after 6 p.m. Former students talk about hearing a dog bark late at night. Some even claim they've seen the foundress of the school roaming the halls. One afternoon, we had to stay late to finish a filming project. The building we were in has a reputation for being haunted, but I never took the rumors seriously. To see is to believe, right? While we were working, Mary asked me to go with her to the restroom so she could touch up her makeup. I didn't want to. The ladies' room is a floor down, but I agreed because I also needed water from the fountain by the teacher's faculty. I filled my flask and waited, wondering why she was taking so long. When I finally walked to the restroom entrance, Mary came bursting out and grabbed my arm. She looked pale and shaken. We ran back upstairs together. I demanded,
What's wrong?
She could barely speak at first, then told me what she'd seen.
I was doing my makeup in front of the mirror,
She said,
and you can see the cubicles behind you in the reflection. The closed cubicle that's supposed to be for teachers only. I saw a woman's head peeking over the top. Her hair was in a bun. I could see her slippers at the bottom, and she was wearing a long dress.
I couldn't tell whether to be terrified or skeptical, but Mary's face made it real. I joked,
Maybe you saw the foundress.
but it didn't feel like a joke. We told our classmates. Some listened, some rolled their eyes, but nobody could fake the look on Mary's face. A few days later, at an organizational fair held on the 3rd floor, we walked past a wall of portraits. Mary froze and pointed. There, in a frame, was a painting of the exact woman she'd described. Under the portrait was the foundress's name and the year the school was founded. Seeing that painting made everything click, or maybe it made the whole thing worse. Whether you call it a ghost, a memory, or something else, Mary's face when she saw that portrait is something I won't forget.
Yo, what? Yeah, we got one more.
You gotta clog.
I'm about to go to sleep after this. I gotta wake up early. One last one. We got one last assignment class.
This happened back in my freshman year of high school. It was an average school day, just like any other for the most part. I remember I was sitting in my history class, which I think was the third period of the day. That's when somebody came to the door of the classroom with a note. I remember back at my high school, a couple of students would work for the office each hour and deliver passes to the students. The passes would usually be for the students to leave school for things like dentist appointments or whatever. When the student got to our class, she handed the note to my teacher, Mr. Watterson. He read the note and then called my name. I was really surprised, because I wasn't aware of having any reason to leave the school that day. I thought maybe I forgot about a dentist appointment or something, but my mother hadn't mentioned anything, and I know she would have. When my name was called, I looked around and then got up and slowly walked to my teacher. He said something like, "See you later, pal, here's the homework." Then, he grabbed the assignment from his desk and handed it to me. I took the note, which also served as a hall pass, and left the classroom. I remember that's when I read the pass for the first time. The note said something like, "I will be here to pick you up for your appointment at 10:30. Mom." I guess I had an appointment of some sort. It just seemed a little bit strange to me. Still, I guess I was happy to be leaving school. I walked through the empty hallways, making my way to the side entrance. There was a parking lot there, which is where people would get picked up by their parents. I got to the doors and went outside into the parking lot. There, I saw a minivan, but it wasn't my mother's van. It was a different model and color. I figured it was somebody else's parent, and my mother wasn't there yet. The time was not quite 10:30, but I think it was like 10:28 or something. I don't remember exactly. I stood there, looking around, waiting for my mother to get there. And then I saw the minivan that was sitting there with the engine running, and the front passenger's window started to roll down. I looked and saw a woman turn her head over and look at me. We made eye contact, and I could tell that she was going to say something. Then she did. The woman said that she was there to pick me up, and my mother had asked her to. She then said that she was a friend of my mother. I had never seen this woman before in my life, though. I may not have been the brightest kid in the world, but I sure wasn't that stupid.
Exactly.
I was extremely skeptical. I asked the woman how she knew my mother exactly, and the woman replied saying something like, "We're just old friends." I then told the woman that I didn't feel comfortable going with her, and I was going to wait for my mother. The woman tried to get me to just go in the van. I then turned around to head back into the school. This situation was starting to feel really sketchy. The problem was, when I got back to the side doors of the school, they wouldn't open. The doors were locked. I had forgotten that all doors to the school were locked during the school day besides the front main entrance. Then, things got worse. I looked back to the van to see a side sliding door start to open up. I wasn't aware that anybody else had been inside of it. A man emerged and started walking towards me. The van was maybe 50 feet away at this point.
But you
as I
better
stood
run,
right outside of
boy.
the side doors to the school. I felt like my only option was to run away. I turned and ran around to the front side of the school. I didn't bother to look back at all to see if I would be chased. Back then, I could run pretty fast, and luckily, I made it around to the front end of the school pretty quickly. I kept running until I got to the front doors, and then I walked inside. When you first got inside the front doors at the school, there was a little window where a woman sat during the school day. She would ask you who you were, and you had to show her your student ID or whatever. She asked me for my ID, and as I got it out, I tried to tell her about what had just happened. I must not have explained it very well, though, because she seemed pretty confused. And to be honest, the whole situation was pretty confusing. I got a hall pass from my mother to leave school for an appointment that I didn't know what it was. Then my mother wasn't there, but another woman was and asked me to go with her. Then a grown man popped out of the side of the van. Believe me, I was just as confused as she was. After confirming my school ID, the woman at the window wrote me a pass to go back to my history class, and I was on my way. I walked through the empty hallways of the school, back to class. This was just about 15 minutes after I had originally left. When I walked back in, my teacher was speaking and there was a video that was paused on the board. I remember it was super awkward walking into the middle of class. Everybody was staring at me. They, as well as the teacher, were probably all really confused seeing me return soon after I had left. "Back so soon?" Mr. Watterson said. I just said, "Yeah, there was confusion and I didn't have to leave." I then sat back down at my desk and the lesson continued. Class only went on for about another 10 minutes after that, and then we were let out. My next period was English. This class was always pretty boring to me for some reason, but it was also fairly easy. I had Miss Gallo as my teacher, who was very nice. I got to class, and the day started like any other. But during this class, probably 20 minutes in, Miss Gallo got a phone call at her desk. She paused the lesson and answered it. When she hung up the phone, she told us that we were going into a lockdown, and she made it clear that this was not a drill. She seemed fairly concerned, and we all had to leave our desks and sit on the ground in the back of the classroom. We had no idea what it was about, and I truly had no clue either. I wasn't able to connect the dots for some reason. The lockdown went on for a good 30 minutes.
Dang,
Everybody was really quiet, and most people didn't say anything. Eventually, there was another phone call. Miss Gallo went over and answered it, and returned to inform us that the lockdown had been lifted. We were all relieved, and we finished up class, which didn't last too much longer. There was still another hour of school left at that point. By the time the school day was over, though, the word had spread, and I had found out what the lockdown was for. A man had walked into the school and completely surpassed the woman at the window asking for credentials. She asked him to stop, but he just blew past her without saying a word and walked into the school. He then disappeared into the hallways, and she had to call the office, who made the decision to lock down the school until the individual was found and identified. Unfortunately, he hid. It took about 30 minutes to find him, and the police had to be called. They found him hiding in the bathrooms that were right by my locker. And the craziest part was that it was the same man who had come out of the minivan that had tried to pick me up. This story remains one of the craziest things to ever happen to me. The woman and the man must have somehow created the note for me and tried to get me to leave the school. Who they were and how they found me, I truly have no idea. It really freaks me out to think about that part. Luckily, nothing like that happened again.
Whoa.
I don't know, y'all. That's insane. That's insane. I can't lie.
So this is a story about when I was 18 years old, and I had a personal encounter with a man who caused a lockdown at my school. It all started during the 4th hour of the school day. I was sitting in class, barely awake, when suddenly a noise came over the intercom. The principal said, "Attention students and staff, this is a code red lockdown. Please follow lockdown procedures immediately." My heart sank, as I would assume everyone else's did when hearing this. Our teacher then started telling us where to go. We all had to huddle up in the corner of the room. She then closed and locked the classroom doors and turned out the lights. At this point, everybody started whispering, wondering what exactly was going on. Obviously, we all wanted to know why we were under a lockdown. One of the kids in the class asked the teacher, but she wouldn't tell us. She only told us to stay quiet. The minutes turned into hours, which was awful, because locking a bunch of high school kids in a room without being able to move isn't such a good idea. Many students went on their phones, and others whispered and talked to each other. The classroom became a huge mix of confusion and anxiety. But as the hours dragged on, we sat there, and every noise we heard or thought we heard outside of the room scared us, but we didn't hear much. At this point, we were all convinced that there really was somebody out there with a weapon. Some students speculated about a potential intruder or an active threat, while others whispered about rumors they had heard. At one point, one of the kids in the class got up and couldn't resist looking out the classroom window. The teacher made him sit back down pretty much right away, but he claimed he saw a guy in a red sweatshirt walking down the hallway. I wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. Hours of waiting went by, and soon we reached just about the end of the school day. Then, finally, the long-awaited announcement came over the intercom. "The lockdown has been lifted. Please remain calm and proceed with caution." Everybody was so happy to be able to leave, and the classroom doors swung open. We all cautiously stepped back into the hallways. But the story didn't end there for me. Back then, I rode the bus to and from school, and I boarded it along with the other kids. As I rode the bus home, the events of the day replayed in my mind. The whole day just felt weird and off, and it made me more aware of the things around me for the rest of the day. When I got off the bus, I noticed that a ways back, a car was parking on the side of the street outside of my house, and I only lived with my parents, who were both at work at the time. The car wasn't like right in front of my house, but a little ways down. We also lived in a little more rural area, so the yards were bigger and there was a little more space. This also meant that we got less traffic through the neighborhood though. After getting off the bus, I quickly walked inside, hoping that the car would just drive away. When I got inside my house though, I checked out the window and the car was still there. I could see that somebody was inside of it, and it just gave me a bad feeling. I didn't want to take any chances. I called my parents, casually asking when they would be home, hiding the anxiety in my voice. They mentioned that they would be a couple of hours, which did not help my situation. I did not tell them about the car on the side of the street, because I didn't want them to worry, and I hoped that the car would drive away soon. Alone in the house, I hid by the window, peeking through the curtains. The car outside wouldn't leave, and it freaked me out. Trying to distract myself, I turned on the TV and put on a sitcom, but my eyes kept darting back to the creepy car outside. It just wouldn't leave. I decided that I wasn't going to look outside anymore. It wasn't doing me any good. Maybe 10 minutes passed, and I was just watching the TV. But then, I heard a door closing outside. It was a car door. I quickly looked back out the window again, and this time, saw a man getting out of the vehicle. He was wearing a red sweatshirt. I watched him start to walk up, right into our front yard. I ducked down, and then ran away, sprinting for my bedroom. I got inside, closed my door, and hid under my bed like a little kid. I was terrified. My heart was racing, and I didn't know what to do. A few moments went by, and then I heard another sound. It was a knocking at my bedroom window. That just about made me jump up. Immediately, I took out my phone and dialed 911. Whoever was there was definitely up to no good. I told the operator exactly what was going on, and I was told that the police would be there shortly. In the meantime, I wasn't hearing any noises, and the man had knocked on my window just the one time. I was still scared as could be though. A few more minutes passed, and I remained hidden under my bed. I had hoped that the man had gone away, but just as I was thinking that that may have been a possibility, there was a sound of glass breaking coming from the other end of the house in the back. The guy had broken in. I heard some more noise from that direction, and soon it sounded like somebody was inside. Then I heard another noise. It was police sirens. This was the best sound that I had heard all day. I heard the man inside the house turning around and leaving through the back the way that he had came. Less than a minute later, the police were there. Long story short, they actually caught the guy running away in the neighbor's backyard. The same man was also in fact the cause of the lockdown at my school earlier. Apparently, he had somehow gotten inside the school, probably before it started for the day. Somebody spotted him inside and the school went under a lockdown. I don't know how, but he was able to evade everybody and then leave the school without getting caught, likely escaping out of an open window. I still can't believe how he went to my house of all places afterwards. It makes me think that possibly the guy was stalking me. Either way, I'm glad I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Wyman gives me the best shot.
MJV.
This story happened when I had to go to Saturday school. I guess that Saturday school,
what is that?
Like detention. I was in high school, and I think that I was a junior. The way I got detention was that I forgot to return several of my school books. We were given books from the library that we needed for certain classes. When the semester was almost over, we were supposed to return the books on our own. However, I forgot, and I actually lost one of the books in my house. Eventually, I found it, and I returned all of my overdue books, but I still had to go to Saturday school. It really wasn't that bad, and pretty much just like study hall. It was just one classroom, which was one of the language arts classrooms. The teacher just sat at his desk and made sure that we all behaved. Occasionally, he let us know what time it was and could answer some questions or help us with problems if he could. I remember that the teacher was Mr. Sanders. He was a nice guy and overall pretty reasonable. I remember that my mom dropped me off at the school just before 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Saturday school started at 8, and went until 12, but not everyone had to be there the whole time. I only had to be there for 2 hours, so I would get to leave by 10. I know that depending on what some of the kids did to get Saturday school, they might have to write papers or something like that. Other kids just had to work on their own individual homework or just study. I had to write a short paper on what I learned from not returning my books on time. I also brought a little bit of homework to do for another class. When I got there, there was only 4 other students. I recognized 2 of them, and the other 2 I didn't, and they were not in my grade. The ones I recognized were both pretty much troublemakers, kids who would skip class a lot or not turn stuff in. I felt sort of out of place because I was normally a really good student. At 8 a.m., Mr. Sanders shut the door and spoke to us for a few moments, then went behind his desk on his computer. I got to work and wrote the paper. It didn't take that long at all. Then I started doing my homework. I finished that too by the time it was 9:30 a.m. Then I got a book from Mr. Sanders' bookshelf in the back and started reading. I remember that it was a short time after I started reading that Mr. Sanders got up from his desk and said that he was going to the bathroom. He jokingly asked us all if we were going to be okay while he was gone. Then he left. Like a minute later, one of the other kids that was in the classroom got up and left as well. I wasn't quite sure what he was doing, but I didn't think too much of it. I just kept reading. But like 5 minutes later, the school intercom said that we were going under a lockdown. This seemed really strange. We all had no idea why we would be in a lockdown. There was hardly anybody at the school. It was a Saturday. Only one of the doors was even unlocked for people to come in on Saturdays. Most of us knew from lockdown drills that the classroom doors were supposed to be closed, locked, and the lights turned off. Then we were supposed to sit on the ground in the back of the classroom. The problem was that our teacher was gone. We looked around at each other, unsure of what to do. Then someone spoke up and said, "Should we close the door?" We decided that we would. I walked over and closed it, then locked the door. Someone else turned out the lights. We all started talking to each other, wondering what exactly was going on. If our teacher came back, we would let him in, but he most likely had keys with him. We weren't hearing anything from the hallways, but whatever the problem was could have been from anywhere in the school. A few minutes went by, and nothing happened. Then somebody tried opening the door. Thinking it might be the teacher, I got up and walked over to it, but by the time I got there and looked out, nobody was there. I went back and sat down at my desk again. We were really confused in the classroom now. Less than a minute later, it sounded like we heard some shouting in the distance. Then someone tried opening our classroom door, and that was followed by more knocking on it. I walked over once again, and this time looked out the small window. It was the kid who had been in our class earlier but left. He was yelling and asking to be let in. I was just about to open the door for him when I heard more shouting coming from down the hallway. I heard somebody say police. The kid ran away from the door down the hallway. For several minutes, we were as confused as ever. But the lockdown ended about 5 minutes later, and several police officers knocked on our door. We let them in, and they explained the situation to us. When our teacher, Mr. Sanders, had left to use the bathroom, the other student left the classroom to follow him. The student knocked the teacher unconscious by punching him from behind. A janitor heard the incident, and then the student ran. That sent the school into a lockdown, and the police were called. I'm glad that I didn't let that student back into the classroom. Mr. Sanders ended up being okay, but he had to go to the hospital with a minor concussion. I'm not sure what that kid's problem with Mr. Sanders was exactly, but I did hear that he had been suspended earlier in the year for fighting. That was the only time I went to Saturday school.
Okay. That was pretty smooth. Hold on. Where else you got that? Where else you got that, boy? You know, y'all. We can watch one more, man.
In 2017, in my last semester of high school, some friends and I decided to skip the pep rally for the girls' varsity basketball team, making the playoffs for the first time. My last period of the day was theater tech. I was just taking it as a fine arts credit, and 2 friends of mine in the grade below me were in that class with me. We decided to skip the pep rally, leave school early, and go to the nearby Taco Bell like we did every day. However, administrators and security guards patrolled the parking lots to catch kids trying to skip, so we took a detour through the nature trail on campus in order to avoid them. Once in the nature trail, we came across this kid I hadn't seen before. He was a skinny white kid with shaggy black hair, wearing baggy jeans and a plain white t-shirt. He was shorter than me, but the most notable thing about him was his general look of dishevelment. His hair was wild and full of leaves and twigs, and his plain white t-shirt was dirty and the knees of his jeans were stained green and brown. He looked like he had been crawling around in the trail. I remember wondering if he lived there for a split second. When we came up upon him, we were walking in one direction, parallel to the school and to the back of the parking lot, and he was coming directly toward us. I knew the nature trail well enough to know that there was a bend that led deep into the woods, and I figured he had come from there. He was out of breath and he seemed scared. Weird. My two friends said hi to him, because my friends were in the grade below me and later told me that the kid was in their grade and were just acquaintances with my two friends. It was supposed to be just a quick hello, but I couldn't help but notice how scared he looked and how suspicious he seemed of us. He asked us what we were doing in the woods, and we told him we were skipping the pep rally. One of my friends asked, "What have you been doing out here? Camping?" Me and my other friend gave a nervous laugh, but the kid didn't crack a smile. He explained that he was dropped off at school that morning and was supposed to get on a bus to take him to DAEP, which is the alternative school that kids who got suspended from school went to. His plain outfit started to make sense now. It was the infamous uniform of the alternative school. He then explained that he didn't want to go to the alternative school, so when his mom dropped him off, he pretended like he would wait for the bus and then hide in the trail for the full 8 hours of the school day.
Dang, 8 hours?
He was still acting really skittish though, and without even looking at each other or speaking to each other, my friends and I could feel that something wasn't right with him, and that we were in some kind of danger. The kid looked around nervously often, as if seeing if someone might have followed us or if we were alone in the woods. Not long after this, we hit him with a, "Alright man, well, good luck. We're going to try to get to our cars and go home before the pep rally ends." When he heard the word cars, he perked up. He started walking with us towards the parking lot, continuing to talk. He becomes a lot more friendly and asks if we can give him a ride home. We give him some half-baked excuse as why we couldn't do that. You know, we didn't expect him to ask that because I never met him and my friends barely knew him. But he really wasn't taking no for an answer.
Oh wow.
He tells us that people were going to start looking for him pretty soon, that he was going to be in a lot of trouble. We told him that he'd probably be fine hiding there in the woods. But he tells us, "Nah man, you don't understand. I broke into a car at the Fellowship." He then pointed in the direction of the megachurch that had a parking lot that backed up to my school. I took this. From his waistband, he pulled out a handgun and I felt sick to my stomach. I had never seen a gun in real life before. At this point, I felt in danger. Not just because he pulled a gun. I had never really been scared of them. More so that the entire interaction felt uneasy, and that the guy was already unsettling and desperate. One of my friends very cautiously tells him that he should probably just ditch it and take off somewhere.
No, definitely.
He just stood there, staring at us for an uncomfortable amount of time. His eyes were meeting each of ours. I broke the silence by saying that we wouldn't tell anyone, but that we really had to go before the pep rally ended. And my other stupid-ass friend, who had been virtually silent the entire time, spoke up and said, "Yeah, and it's best we're not around if they start looking for you for that," gesturing to the handgun. His eyes narrowed, and once more he asked if one of us could take him home. This time it felt more like a command. I've never been a super brave person, but in that moment, I don't know why I just blurted out, "Nah man, I'm good." Again, there was an uncomfortable silence. Then he asked, "Before you leave, do you guys want to see something?" My first friend was kind of a hothead, and although he was uncomfortable with the situation, I don't think he was afraid of conflict. Nor was I, but my other friend, however, was not a fan of conflict and would always de-escalate first. We all looked at each other, and me and my first friend kind of had an unspoken understanding, like, this is going to happen. If we have to run or fight, we might have to do it now. My other friend was very visibly afraid. He asked, "What do you want to show us?" And before the kid could answer, my first friend said, "We don't want to see. We have to go." My first friend started briskly walking past the kid, and me and the other friend quickly followed. Within a few steps, we just started sprinting towards the parking lot. I looked back once we were about 50 steps away, and he was still standing there watching us run. He had put the gun back in his waistband before taking a small adjacent trail back deeper into the woods. By the time we made it to the parking lot, there were police everywhere. We were sweating, out of breath, and terrified. They found the kid in the next 10 minutes or so. Somehow in the chaos, nobody saw us exit the nature trail and into the parking lot. But since there were so many cops in the parking lot, we decided to just head back inside through another side door to find that the door was locked.
Whoa.
That's when an administrator had found us, brought us inside, and shoved us into a classroom where we were able to talk with others and find out exactly what was going on. This is what we could piece together from what we learned. Turns out that the kid had skipped DAEP, like he said, hid in the nature trail, broke into a car at the church, and stole a semi-automatic shotgun and a handgun from the car.
Oh, shoot.
After stealing the guns, he texted his girlfriend and he told her that he was about to do something really terrible, and that when she saw his name on the news, she should turn off the TV. He told her explicitly how he was going to hurt some kids at the school. She knew he was supposed to be in class and was so worried about the text that she contacted the police. The school was put on lockdown until officers got a call from a guy at the church that 2 guns had been stolen from his car behind the school. And that's when they put 2 and 2 together and caught him hiding in the woods. I guess when he saw me and my 2 friends in the nature trail, he quickly hid the shotgun but didn't have time to hide the pistol, or maybe he didn't care enough to hide it.
Multiple DUI.
I don't know what's going on no more. But this why you don't skip class, man. I'm talking to y'all, don't skip class, bro. Don't be skipping my class.
I was only 16 and in high school at the time of this story. It was just a regular day at school. I had finished my lunch and I was heading back to class when suddenly the intercom came to life. Attention, all students and staff. The principal's voice echoed through the cafeteria. We are now on lockdown. This is not a drill. Please remain in your classrooms until further notice. I felt a chill run down my spine as the chatter in the cafeteria turned into silence. Lockdowns weren't common at our school, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of despair that was gnawing from the inside of me. I quickly gathered my things and I followed the students as we were being directed to hide in the gymnasium and in the school locker rooms. I checked my phone hoping for some news or updates, but the signal was weak and I couldn't get any information. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the hallway, followed by screaming. My heart raced as I realized that the danger was closer than I had thought it was. I could hear the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from down the hall. My classmates and I huddled and we moved faster together, trying to remain as quiet as possible. We had no idea what was coming our way. The seconds ticked by slowly and we all tried to snugly fit together. It was so packed that it took like 5 minutes before I made the split decision.
Who's on people in the back?
It was taking too long for all.
Why do you look like that, bro? Yo. Why don't people look like that from the back, man? Yo, MJV, come on, bro.
To fit through the gym and into the locker room as there was just so many of us. I decided to run through one of the open doors in the gym that led outside where the gym teacher was. I'm not sure what he was doing, but he didn't even try to chase me. I ran to the back of the school and through the soccer field, and I hid near the woods. I whipped my phone out and I attempted to call my mom, when suddenly I turned around after hearing, "What are you doing?" It was a familiar face. Tanner. I knew who he was, but not very well. He had been in some of my classes all through the school years growing up, and he was just staring at me with his menacing eyes and brandishing a weapon. My breath caught in my throat as I looked at him in horror. I couldn't even speak for a second. He had a handgun holstered to his hip and an M4 styled rifle equipped in his hands, and he was pointing it at me. "Hey man, don't do this," I said, pleading for help. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins as he debated on blowing my head off. I stood up and faced him, in the heat of the moment practically thinking this might be the end, and my heart pounding in my chest. To my surprise, I saw a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. I knew I had to try and reason with him, to make him see that there was another way. "Man, you have to stop what you're doing," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This doesn't have to end like this. Please think about what you are doing. To my relief, he actually lowered his weapon after about 5 minutes of pleading with him. And he really broke down and started crying. I could see the desperation and pain in his eyes as he revealed he wanted the pain to end.
Damn.
Without warning, Tanner turned and left me alone, leaving me in a state of perpetual shock. I knew I had to do something though. I couldn't just sit there and wait for the worst to happen. I made a split-second decision again, and I decided to leave the school grounds completely. I could see the playground in the distance, so I ran towards it, hoping to find somewhere I felt more safe. I crouched behind a fence by the swings, trying to catch my breath, and while I figured out what to do next, I suddenly heard footsteps approaching and I knew I had to act fast. Peeking out from my hiding spot, I saw Robert. Oh man, it was nice to see him because he was one of my best friends at the time, and he said he saw me run out of the school when I did, and he ended up following me. He said he saw the whole thing where Tanner had me held at gunpoint, and he said he almost lost me trying to find me here. Tanner didn't go on to hurt anyone that day, unlike he planned. And surprisingly, he willingly let the officers arrest him. It's crazy how I had barely escaped a terrible outcome. I ran home as fast as I could and told my mom everything while she hugged me and we cried.
Aww.
Tanner was a kid who had been bullied his whole life.
Man, Tanner.
That obviously doesn't give him the right to kill people, but man, something in our world needs to change. So I guess it's been about 9 years or so now, which seems pretty unbelievable to me. It's such a vivid memory that it almost seems fresh, but I think that may also be because I've repeated it so many times by now that I pretty much have an entire monologue memorized, recounting exactly what I experienced. Seems pretty weird to say it, but I was definitely lucky in some way. Luckier than most. I knew some kids that saw a lot more of what happened that day than I did. In my opinion, I've pretty much moved on from the shooting, and I haven't really suffered from any long-term emotional scars, but a few of those guys ended up pretty screwed up from it all. I know one girl who was super outgoing and smart before the shooting. She ended up dropping out of school our junior year because of a heroin problem.
Heroin?
Or that's the rumor at least.
Oh my goodness.
A few years ago, my sister found out that she had overdosed after she got out of rehab.
Overdose?
Leaving her 2 small kids with only their elderly grandparents left to raise them. Unfortunately, a seemingly large part of my former classmates have also struggled with severe emotional problems and depression, which definitely resulted from that day. Anyways, I guess I'll start this off like I always do. I remember it being one of the last few weeks of freshman year. It was cloudy, as it often is during the springtime in Oregon. What I remember thinking that was initially odd about that day is that it seemed much too warm for the sun to be hidden behind such a thick layer of clouds. It was hot, sticky, humid, and overall extremely uncomfortable. The high temperatures had forced almost all the students and teachers to the courtyard during passing time, 10 minutes between classes, in order to achieve some temporary relief from the stuffy, non-air-conditioned classrooms that we were stuck in all morning. I have 2 sisters. One is a year younger and still in middle school at the time. My older sister was a sophomore, but happened to be home with a stomach flu that entire week. Thank God. It was a Friday, and I remember everyone was really looking forward to our long Memorial Day weekend. My parents were supposed to take my sisters and I out for a weekend at a nearby resort in town, which is a popular thing to do among our community. I spent the entire time before school making plans with friends and chatting about the various 15-year-old shenanigans we would partake in.
Yeah.
To say that our weekend plans had changed would be an understatement. I had PE first period that quarter, and we spent the time playing flag football out on the stadium turf behind the school. Since I had a free second, I volunteered to take the equipment back to the supply closet in the upstairs gym, while everyone else went to the locker rooms to get ready for their next classes. We had 2 gyms and locker rooms on the west side of the school, and a large enclosed courtyard separating them from the other classrooms and administration office. I had finished putting the cones, pennies, and whatnot in their place, and headed downstairs to the locker room, deciding to leave the supply closet open for the next gym period, which has turned out to be the single best decision I've ever made in my entire life. Headed downstairs to the locker room, deciding to leave the supply closet open for the next gym period, which has turned courtyard separate. We had 2 gyms and locker rooms on the west side of the school, and a large enclosed courtyard separating them from the other classrooms and administration office. I had finished putting the cones, pennies, and whatnot in their place, and headed downstairs to the locker room, deciding to leave the supply closet open for the next gym period, which has turned out to be the single best decision I've ever made in my entire life.
Oh, wow.
I had nearly gotten to the bottom of the stairs when I heard a loud pop, pop, pop. I stopped dead in my tracks as my mind tried to process the noise I just heard. My confusion turned to horror as I heard the screams and saw everyone left on the west side of campus, sprinting down the hallways and through the closest door they could find and slamming them shut. I turned running back upstairs as fast as I could and heard 5 more gunshots by the time I got back to the closet, and I shut the door behind me. All I could do was sit in the corner and bury my head in my knees, sobbing. I heard 3 more scattered gunshots, then nothing. Nothing for what felt like an eternity. I can't even begin to describe how slow time was passing. I had absolutely no sense of time because my cell phone was still downstairs in the locker room, and there was no way in hell I was leaving the safe blackness of the supply closet. The worst part about hiding in the closet was not being able to talk to my mom and let her know I was okay. I just sat there and cried, praying and thanking any God who would listen to me that my sister was safe at home. I would have driven myself insane with worry if I was stuck alone in that closet and not knowing whether or not my sister was okay. I sat and waited for what felt like either was going to be my safety or my death. It seemed like hours before I heard the footsteps. There's no way to describe the feeling of being alone in total darkness, overwhelmed with this amount of fear. All of a sudden, I didn't feel like I was completely alone. I heard 2 sets of footsteps running up the stairs and into the gym, and then nothing. Until I was startled to near death as one final pop radiated through the gym rafters. My ears rang as I attempted to accept my impending death, in the fetal position on the floor as footsteps headed slowly toward the closet door. I watched the strip of light under the door as a shadow of 2 feet blocked the light, and I was overcome with terror. I heard the doorknob shake aggressively, and I began to sob, thinking of losing the chance to see my family again, that my fate was stuck in the hands of an angry psychopath on a shooting spree, looking for the opportunity to execute me as I crouched helplessly in a dark and lonely closet. Before I knew it, the doorknob had been broken off. The next few moments are the most vague in my memory as a member of the SWAT team pulled me to my feet and ran with me by his side. It was so fast my feet barely felt the ground. He kept my head down, but that didn't hide everything. I saw so much blood under my feet on the pathways as the officer rushed me through my school courtyard and murder scene. I didn't know him, but I heard of him from my sister. He was a junior at the time and a very depressed and bitter boy. I guess he had few friends, if any, and always seemed to have a temper. She witnessed him one time throw desks and sometimes would have huge temper tantrums in the class when he didn't understand the material. From what I have been told, this is more or less what went down. As I was finishing up in the supply closet, there was an altercation in the courtyard involving the gunman. He had words with another student and pulled out his gun, shooting the other kid 3 times before opening fire on the crowd as chaos ensued following the first round. After fatally shooting both the student and a language arts teacher, he ran into the west wing of the school and hid underneath the bleachers in the downstairs gym for a while. After a while, his cover was blown, and he ran upstairs to the gym where I was followed by an officer, and then was shot and pronounced dead, which I didn't see, thank God. It was a pretty terrifying experience, and I suffered from a lot of anxiety for a while after this, but I've lived a pretty successful life since then. One thing I've taken away is that no matter where I am, I always make a point to eye the nearest escape and plan of action, just in case.
We have got to the point where literally...
Dang, boy, what in the world, bro?
This happened just a few days ago. For reference, I frequent a certain local alt hangout spot just about every night to have a few drinks and hang out with my crowd of regulars, who are almost like my family. Spring break for a lot of people was last week, which meant that a lot of old friends and former regulars came back to town and spent some nights at the bar like old times. Among this disparate group of people is a friend of mine whose identity I will protect by referring to them as Allison. Allison is very cute, but we were never that close and we never hooked up, so I'm courteously stuck in the friend zone, so to speak. But that's not a problem for me, as I'm not interested in making things weird between us, or forcing myself into a long-distance relationship. I can be a gentleman. Anyway, Allison likes to drink a lot. Most of us around this place have some kind of developing substance issue. Since she's a small, attractive female, all of her friends, myself included, make sure to look out for her when she gets drunk, just to make sure that nobody gets a chance to try anything nefarious. Recently, though, something despicable very nearly happened. It was the night of St. Patrick's Day, and I was very drunk and high after hanging out with my old friends who were in town. I had a blackout between 2 and 3 in the morning, but by 4, I was back in my body and sobering up. The only people still hanging out at the time were myself, Allison, a friend of mine, and the owner of the establishment. We bummed around for a while until about 5 when the owner finally kicked us out. That left just me, Allison, and our mutual friend in the parking lot. We were having our last little chat for the night and about to say goodbye when something very unexpected happened. Allison's ex-boyfriend Lily freaking appeared out of nowhere, just pulling up to the parking lot in the middle of the night. I hadn't seen him around all evening, and it's not uncommon for Allison to sleep in her car after everyone else leaves, so it was quite obvious to all 3 of us that he had come just to see her. I'll call him Josh. When he appeared, all 3 of us traded a look. I was immediately glad that I and my friend were still there, and that Josh hadn't successfully pulled up on Allison while she was alone. As if he had pulled up just a few minutes later, he would have been knocking on her car door in an otherwise completely empty parking lot. It's less important, but Josh is a little older and a cocaine addict, and wants Allison to be his little punk rock doll. They split months ago, the last time Allison left town. The man has been picking the scab the entire time. He won't just move on, you know? It's not like any of us hated him, it's just that he's not a good match, and everybody can see that except him. Of course, he started acting extremely clingy that night.
Shaggy?
We were all pretty much wasted except for him, and I could tell by the way he looked at us that he knew this. When he started to stand so close to Allison that she took steps away and tried to hug her for old time's sakes, or whatever he said. I went back to the back door of the bar and tried to get the owner to come out to help survey the situation. But unfortunately, the whole place was locked up and his car was gone already. By the time I got back, my old friend was saying goodbye. I dapped him up and I pulled him in a bit, trying to give him a look in the eyes that said, "Don't you dare leave," but he didn't get it. Then it was just me, Allison, and Josh. Allison tried to say goodnight and sleep in her car, but this was the moment that Josh had been waiting for since he saw the rest of us there. He said, "No, that's not safe. Let me just give you a ride home." I immediately tried to counteract this by saying how she's always done this and it's never been a problem, and how Allison had been talking about sleeping in her car for almost an hour and probably just wanted to follow through with what she had planned. But none of this worked. Josh was extremely pushy, and I never put my foot down hard enough. Eventually Allison caved and accepted the ride. We all said goodbye and got into our cars, then sat in the parking lot for a minute. The whole time I heard this voice in my head that told me not to let her get in the car with him. But I was so faded I could barely listen to it. However, I was still in the presence of mind to look out for my friend, despite how nervous I was about the situation. As they pulled out, I got in line behind them. We rolled through to the exit together, where we both should have turned right, but then Josh made a left turn. My heart jumped into my throat. I knew full well that Allison didn't live down that way, but it seemed like Josh was counting on me not knowing her well enough to be aware of that, but he was wrong. Took a deep breath and gave them about 5 seconds of follow distance, then made a left turn to follow them. I left plenty of room but made sure I could still see where they were going. I had to run 2 red lights just to not let them get too far ahead though, which made me worried that I was about to get pulled over or something. The longer it went on with them going the wrong way, the more sure I was that something was up.
Talk to me.
Eventually Josh made another left turn into a side street. I sped up and careened into the turn, knowing they could make another random turn and lose me, but I wasn't even sure if they were aware I was following them. As soon as I made the turn though, I swore I couldn't see them. There were no taillights on the road, but luckily there weren't too many other turns that they could have made. Luckily, just a few seconds later, as I was slowly rolling through the neighborhood, I saw Josh's car. They were parked on the side of the street with their lights already off. I swore again, with malice and anger this time, then pulled up in the spot right in front of his car. I left it running in park and quickly got out. I didn't even have a second to look out into their windshield, because they were both already getting out. It was a hectic few seconds that followed. Allison slammed the door behind her and ignored both of us completely, walking to my car with her arms crossed, jumping into my passenger seat and slamming the door too. The whole time, Josh was yelling at her to come back. He even started to walk up to her, but I stopped him. I don't even think I said anything to him. I just gave him a look that told him to back off. He clenched his jaw in a way that made me tense up, expecting a sucker punch to come my way. But then he just pushed me back and muttered something venomous as he turned around and got back into his car. In that moment, actually, I was the most afraid, because in this country, somebody you're in a fight with, getting back into their car means two things. They're either backing off or grabbing their gun. I literally ran back into my car and sped off faster than I ever have in my life. Once I got back on the road, and on the way to Allison's house, I tried talking to her. She was totally clammed up and curled into a ball in my passenger seat. The most I got was when I asked if I needed to call the police, and to that I got a very slight head shake to indicate no. When we were passing the bar, she finally spoke, asking me to not drop her off at home and let her sleep in her car. I obliged, figuring she probably didn't want to interact with her parents. I helped her in and made sure it was locked up. Then I sat in my car and watched over her until sunrise, when other cars finally started pulling in. The next day, she was back at the bar and trying her best to act normal. When I got her inside, I asked her about it again and double-checked if I should have called the cops. She again said no, but this time added that it was only because I got there when I did. My heart sank when she said that, and I told her she should at least tell a few close friends about this, to which he agreed. Now, Josh is basically the same on-site order as a neo-Nazi. We may not be the best group of our friends on account of how we enable each other's self-destructive habits, but goddammit, when it comes to certain things, we look out for each other. An assault of this sort is something you're lucky to just get beaten for.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a crazy story, I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, like I said, I love y'all, and I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm out, man.